theory has to have a priority.
Capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing.
The dimension of the future has disappeared.
There is actually no representation anymore.
There is no final resolution to contradiction.
Militant proletarian snake handling over abysses never gets much wilder than this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Dangerous Maybe. And today we are here to do another exegetical reading. And this one is related to the last one we did, which was Nick Land's A Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism. Today we are going to read right out of the Accelerationist Reader. We have got there you go. Well, yep. Accelerate, a Manifesto for Accelerationist Politics by Alex Williams and Nick Cernichek. That is page
309 or 409
347.
347. There we go.
So obviously this had a huge impact when it was published in 2013, and I read it right around the time it was released because I was back tapped into the News Center, and this was very important. It has continued to influence me and shape how I view things, what kind of future I would hope that we get to one day. Lots of leftists have had lots of pushback against this, especially more traditional Marxist types, but also anarchist types, certain Deleuze-Guattarian types. And as we read through this, we'll have a chance to discuss some of that. But Nance, how's it going?
It's going well, man. I'm excited. This acceleration series that we're doing, just kind of reading like key accelerationist texts and works and having conversation about it. Because again, I think acceleration is like the central tendency of the world we're living in. It has drastic political implications. And it's kind of like this theme that runs through so many things. So yeah, trying to reckon with these ideas of accelerationism and the possibility of left accelerationism, emancipatory politics, emancipatory conditions, predicated on like the actual real world that we live in rather than 150-year-old ideas. I think it's essential. I also think it's a tricky situation. Like, I think we need to really think it through, because I think there's something essential about the idea that we can kind of set technology free. The way the world works right now, there's not enough room in this town for the both of us being the subject and the other here being the machine, Robo Cthulhu, if you will,
The object.
So I think we need to think it through.
So we just read A Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism by Nick Land, and there he is very clear that he doesn't think left accelerationism can work, and it's because he thinks, and I think rightfully so, this is accurate, the left accelerationist believes that we can pry technological development away from capital. and that they don't have to be inextricable. We can have a hyper productivity without capital. Now, that's something that many Marxists and socialists have also believed, but they believe that we only get there through a proletarian revolution. I don't think Srnicek and Williams think that. I think they hold that there are perhaps other ways to go about doing this, different policies, different approaches. But both the traditional Marxists and the left accelerationists have one thing in common, and that's the belief that there is a greater form of technological development and productivity outside of capitalism. And Nick Land would just say, look, I've got history on my side. You guys have a wish on yours. And that's where the difference is. He will say, look, the only thing that we've ever seen accomplish this level of productivity is capitalism. You guys just are, got a faith that this would exist in communism, but you have no real reason to believe this. And somebody could say, well, the Soviet Union was super productive and he'll go, yep. And it collapsed. And wherever you find this burst of hyper-productivity in actually existing socialism, it can't sustain it, whereas capital has just sustained this for centuries. And so that's kind of his position on why left accelerationism, maybe he wouldn't even say it's doomed to fail, because at the level of politics, maybe it can't even attempt. I think that's what Fisher, in a sense, means in Terminator versus Avatar, where he says, accelerationism has never existed. I might be paraphrasing, but it's something like that. And I think the point is, a real accelerationist politics has never existed. And if it has now, it's Land's neo-reactionary politics.
Yeah.
Mixed with Yarvin. So
yeah,
a left accelerationist politics has not truly existed in the sense of becoming a real living political force. So there is this big question around left accelerationism. That's why we're here. We're going to read. And of course, so this short little manifesto would go on to become Inventing the Future, their main book. And, one day we might get around to doing some readings here, because obviously things are much more fleshed out in Inventing the Future. But we're laying the foundation to get to some of these more daunting texts, short readings. So I say let's get into the damn thing.
Let's do it.
I will say, hey, if there's any chance that Alex Williams or Nick Cernichek watches this, please come talk to us. Like,
Yeah.
You were two people we would on the top of our list to interview at some point.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Okay, so this text is divided into three main sections. The last one's by far the longest, but the first one is called Introduction on the Conjuncture. And then each paragraph is numbered. So, want to start us off, Nance?
Let's do it. Manifesto for an Accelerationist Politics. Accelerationism pushes toward a future that is more modern and alternative modernity that neoliberalism is unable to generate.
Wait a second. Hold on. Where are we at? That's not. Are you?
That must be just something on this PDF. 01.
Okay, there we go.
Introduction on the Conjecture. At the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century, global civilization faces a new breed of cataclysm. These coming apocalypses ridicule the norms and organizational structures of the politics which were forged in the birth of the nation state, the rise of capitalism, and a 20th century of unprecedented wars.
Facing all kinds of new problems, and the existing structures don't have the answers to solve them or to deal with them. This is very Žižekian. In Living with the End Times, this is Slavoj's point, is that we are facing global crises and according to him, if there is not some new form of international solidarity and some kind of global organization based around solving these problems, we don't have a chance in hell. Now, of course, he would call this communism, but for him, it would not resemble what we think of as communism in the Soviet Union or Mao's China, but it would be a new type of internationalism. Obviously, land isn't going to go for that at all. But the problem here is if we're facing global problems, it seems like they necessitate a global answer, a global response. And someone like Land, who just wants everything to go in the direction of particularisms, where you have nation states or Sovcorps doing their own thing, seems like the surest way to not be able to solve global international problems, such as climate change. So, Cernichek and Williams are tapped into this, and they're saying, look, what we've got here and now politically is not up to the task of what is looming on the horizon. And so they're gesturing already towards we're going to have to do something else if we're going to get through.
Well, I think they've only been kind of proven right in the intervening time since this was written, and right now, like looking halfway through the third decade of the 21st century, it really does seem like the world has gone to hell in a handbasket. Things just keep intensifying. The world just keeps kind of fracturing and splintering off into increasingly more extreme fantasies. I don't know. Like things have only gotten more interesting since this was written. So it seems like we didn't make much progress on that whole internationalism thing. Maybe there's still time.
In a sense, I think it seems we're further away from that being a living possibility. So, yeah, but that could also be one of the biggest problems.
Most significant is the breakdown of the planetary climatic system. In time, this threatens the continued existence of the present global human population. Though this is the most critical of the threats which face humanity, a series of lesser but potentially equally destabilizing problems exist alongside and intersect with it. Terminal resource depletion, especially in water and energy reserves, offers the prospect of mass starvation, collapsing economic paradigms, and new hot and cold wars. Continued financial crisis has led governments to embrace the paralyzing death spiral policies of austerity, privatization of social welfare services, mass unemployment, and stagnating wages. Increasing automation in production processes, including intellectual labor, is evidence of the secular crisis of capitalism, soon to render it incapable of maintaining current standards of living for even the former middle classes of the global north.
Reduction in standard of living, well, that's continuing to happen. All of the basic threats they're talking about, these are some of the ones Žižek's talking about in the Times. Same set of universal international problems we're all facing. And I got to say, there's a little bit of our friend James Ellis's Zero Accelerationism in there, where James says, look, what we're ultimately accelerating towards is not Land's Cthulhuid techno future, but the collapse of the global economy to the point of, a countdown 3, 2, 1, 0. Zero's where it all just breaks down. And he thinks it's much more likely that we'll get there before we'll get to Land's future and also Srnicek and Williams' future. So, sadly, I think there's part of us that thinks James got it figured out. So, but again, this hope against hope kind of mindset, which
Yeah.
is the courage of hopelessness, as Žižek calls it, is okay. Well, even if it's more likely that we accelerate into zero, which is collapse of the world system, we still have to have the courage of hopelessness in the face of that, and that means striving for some kind of emancipatory human future.
Not to get too far afield, because I actually wanted to comment on the energy and the water stuff, but our ongoing conversation about nihilism, the courage of hopelessness, right? Like the finding radical hope when there's no good external reason to, but nevertheless, like carrying on.
Isn't hopelessness a kind of like, say that's the nihilist exist position? I mean, who cares about meaninglessness, like at the level of just abstract meaning? It's if things are meaningless to you in an existential sense, it's because you feel like things are hopeless in some sense.
Yep.
And so for Slavoj, though, however, there's something emancipatory, freeing in carrying with hopelessness, but not giving up.
Well, and
having
I think
the
that,
courage
like
on the basis of that.
That like that moment when you find yourself at that moment of no good reason to hope, and you really internalize it, but you choose to keep going.
Isn't that
Like
the human thing?
That's like that creates new hope. Like that itself, that is hope
if the
in
machine,
hopelessness itself.
If the machine calculates that the situation is hopeless, doesn't it just turn itself off?
Yeah, it's like, oh, cannot complete function. I will
self-terminate.
Yeah.
We're the ones that
I
go, yeah, everything says we should self-terminate. But in the face of that, we have this stubborn human drive to come out on top. And
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like, well, okay. You says who? Says who, motherfucker? I'll show you, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
What is it, Lieutenant Dan, when is that all you got? You know, like that
I was
is
not expecting a Lieutenant Dan reference this early on in the discussion, but there it is.
Yeah, but like it is that moment when you have no rational, no reasonable, no goddamn good reason, but you choose to do it anyway. That freedom, that is emancipation. So I just think that, I think that goes really well with what we were talking about when we weren't recording. So everyone listening,
guys,
you're
we've been
not privy
talking
to
all
that
day.
yet,
We already had a conversation about nihilism, and so and then we were talking about left accelerationism before we started. So some of this is just going to be our prior conversations of the day bleeding in over to this. But no, what about you were talking about the water situation, and want to comment on that?
Yeah, I just think that, like, I think I have a front row seat to collapse, or maybe, maybe not. Maybe someone will figure
That's
out.
because you're already living in Mad Max world out there.
Yeah, like here in Phoenix, there are multiple municipalities that don't have water. So like other cities and other towns are like coming together to try to figure out, oh, we'll ship our water in trucks up to your town and this and that. But like, we ran out of water in the Phoenix area. Like, we've already run out of water. Now, one of the funny things about it is we sell water rights to investors who use water to grow alfalfa to feed their cattle and their horses. So there's still that logic of capital, even here in Arizona, where we're running out of water. There are still organizations that think it's okay to sell what little water we don't have to make money, because alfalfa, it's way more water intensive, but it's like a bougie crop for your cattle. Instead of just, hey, eat some grass and hay, no, I want to feed my cows alfalfa. So like, that's funny already.
Oh yeah, well,
but
and
we
that's
are running out
just
of water.
the ecological situation. Tell them about what the LLM situation's doing. on top
Well,
of it.
and so yeah, we're facing this water crisis. We're also facing, I don't know if it's an energy crisis yet, but Phoenix it's already more intense to live here because we run our air conditioners 10 months out of the year, 11 months out of the year. So energy is already kind of scarce in Phoenix compared to other places. But because there are data farms, there's multiple chip manufacturers. There's a new TSMC complex being built here. All these or all these energy hungry industries for the LLMs, for the databases, just so they can crunch numbers. Like our energy bills are skyrocketing this year alone. I think the baseline increase has been something like 30%. And that's fucking insane for energy costs to go up even more than maybe 1 or 2%. But to go up a full like 30%, we're seeing that energy scarcity. Like the energy production and distribution can't keep up with the demands of these LLMs, but they're pressing on. Like they're still doing it. And so like people die in Phoenix every year from heat related illness. Like it's just a thing that happens here. People won't be able to afford to refrigerate their homes. Like,
Not to mention, you guys aren't you the biggest city in the country? One of them.
We're in the top. I don't know. We're probably in the top 5. There was a point in time when we were the fastest growing with the housing market, like 2007
Well,
through
Phoenix,
2008.
it's just huge. It's a
It's
sprawling
huge.
city.
It's sprawling. It's a sprawling city. We, as far as land area goes, we're definitely in the top, 5, top 4. So it's huge, and I think we got front row seats to whatever's coming next. It's
So
also true
when
that
they build Thunderdome, it will be in Phoenix.
it will be. It will be. But I think 20 years ago, Bill Gates bought up like just a shitload of land, and he was like, "I'm going to build the futuristic smart city out on the outskirts of Phoenix," and that parcel has just kind of been sitting there. They're not doing anything with it. But so there
Nothing.
is
He hasn't done shit.
no, they haven't done any. I think they've sold parts of it off to suburban home developers where they build rack homes out of stucco. But yeah, nothing's going on. But I think Phoenix represents a lot of these tensions, a lot of these contradictions. We're running out of water. Energy prices are skyrocketing. People are still developing. Like people are still trying to use these resources. And we will quickly face the tipping point, I think. I'm convinced in my lifetime, and maybe even within a decade, something will happen. Either Phoenix will collapse and will be like Detroit was, or Gary, Indiana, some of these other cities, or maybe someone will discover some new radical technology that saves the day, but I doubt it.
I mean,
But
yeah, resource depletion. I mean that again to
yes,
just go back to zero accelerationism. Yeah, I mean that's kind of especially and then you throw in these data centers, the LLMs that just take a shitload of water
yep.
to run.
Well, dude, they're like terraforming. I think it's Uruguay. It might be Paraguay. I can't remember. They sound very similar. They're right next to each other, but they're like terraforming countries in South America to build low cost data farms. And then they're stealing all the water. They're stealing all the drinking water to like cool all the hundreds and thousands and millions of GPUs and shit that they have in these centers. And there's populations are impacted by this. There's villages and towns that have no access to drinking water, and they're like, it's a humanitarian crisis, but it's not really widely reported.
Sorry, humans, Robo Cthulhu is in the process of building itself, so
Yeah.
learn to do without.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know.
But
I
it's the
think
logic of capital. Same shit, just a broader scale difference.
well, and it's intensifying. And I do think maybe soon people will be unable to avoid this reality. Because I mean, we ignored, the poisoning of the Amazon rainforest all along for oil. People have been able to either not be exposed to what's going on or just ignore what's going on. All the crisis in the Middle East over oil, and diamonds. Look at Africa, dude. Precious minerals, But I think it's just going to continue to intensify, and it's going to get to the point where people have to face the fact that, oh, your convenience is you have to either give up convenience or acknowledge the fact that we're killing each other. Also, you can have a chatbot girlfriend, or you can have an AI summary of some essay that you didn't read for your college class, and you're going to try to fake your way through it and make a bunch of mistakes because AI hallucinates shit and makes up references that don't exist and shit like that.
Actually, this is all AI generated. Mikey and Nance are actually just kicking back watching The Rock. We're just digital avatar. We're
dude.
visualized chatbots.
I am a robot. But I don't know, man. It's bleak, and I think I don't know. I think choosing that hope to press on, we will not go quietly into that night. And I think that's all we can do.
Paragraph 3.
In contrast to these ever accelerating catastrophes, today's politics is beset by an inability to generate the new ideas and modes of organization necessary to transform our societies to confront and resolve the coming annihilations. While crisis gathers force and speed, politics withers and retreats. In this paralysis of the political imaginary, the future has been canceled.
Hi, Mark.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is, again, so much of this just keeps reminding me of Žižek's Living in the End Times. This is exactly his whole point there. And yeah, I mean, we all have this looming sense that the future has been canceled. Somehow, certain people, they go, oh, we're post-capitalist realism. We're post-Fisher. Sorry, I didn't get the memo. I didn't know the future had been resuscitated. My future's canceled. Your future's canceled. So, yeah, I don't until I can, from the guts of my being, say I truly have a future again. I don't think we're post Fisher.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of those people take up this Kurzweilian view of, oh yeah, we will solve all the problems and everything will work itself out really, really cool, really awesome, and everything will be okay. And that's just kind of not true. So I think once again, James Ellis, zero accelerationism. I think it's zero accelerationism makes a lot more sense than fully automated luxury gay space communism. As much as I want to live in Star Trek world, it's not an option. So since 1979, the hegemonic global political ideology has been neoliberalism, found in some variant throughout the leading economic powers. In spite of the deep structural challenges the new global problems present to it, most immediately the credit, financial, and fiscal crises since 2007 and 8, neoliberal programs have only evolved in the sense of deepening. This continuation of the neoliberal project, or neoliberalism 2.0, has begun to apply another round of structural adjustments, most significantly in the form of encouraging new and aggressive incursions by the private sector into what remains of social democratic institutions and services. This is in spite of the immediately negative economic and social effects of such policies and the longer-term fundamental barriers posed by the new global crises.
It's funny. I don't find people talking about neoliberalism much anymore. And I mean, that's an interesting like I want to ask a good like political analyst that like whether Chris Catrone or Benjamin Studebaker, one of the guys that that are really good at political, like, is it Trump that somehow eclipsed, this focus on neoliberalism? How much of Trump is a neoliberal? I guess I haven't thought about this in a while. And so, I mean, look, I don't, if we want to define neoliberalism in terms, particularly of George W. Bush's policies, then yeah, there's going to be some differences between Bush and Trump. But, I've always kind of sided with Slavoj on this, where he goes, I don't really talk about neoliberalism. And if you search through his books, he doesn't. He like basically never uses the term, because if he says it's just capitalism doing capitalism.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are specific policies that kind of define the going from Reagan on up to Bush, and especially austerity and all this kind of stuff. But I mean, ultimately, Trump and Bush have one thing in common. From their perspective, they're going to try to do what's best for the capitalist class. And maybe there's some differences at policy level, but it seems to me that whether it was Reagan or whether it was Bush or even Trump, you still have this consistency of trying to cater to big business.
Yeah. And you see the withering away of the state. You see
Not the way the
capital.
Marxists wanted it.
That's the thing. Like capital is intensifying this kind of relationship where the state is withering away. Like we don't have public education anymore.
Gutting the
We do,
welfare
but
state.
it's gutting what gets called the welfare state, but
Do we
also
want to call it
like
that at this point? Like, is it even worth calling it that anymore?
no, like it, toll roads, private schools, charter schools, private healthcare plans, private hospitals, for-profit prisons, like everything that's like it is just neoliberal, but it's just capital doing what capital does. But it is interesting that people don't talk about neoliberalism so much as they did. And I wonder if it's because Trump is, I don't know, Trump is Trump, but then the opponent to Trump is just as neoliberal as he is. Like Kamala Harris would like she would not give me free healthcare. Uh she would not, give universal education or like all these things. Like so political powers and people who are engaged in actually existing politics have to stop talking about neoliberalism, or else they'll make people realize we're still facing Ronald Reagan's fucking the wrath of Ronald Reagan. Like,
Well, and isn't this where you and I respectfully disagree with Nick? Because for us, capital's basically won. Like, that's for us the issue
oh yeah,
is that and for him, he thinks like it's constantly under threat by the
yeah.
religion of wokeness. And I'm like, that shit is so weak compared to capital itself. It's not doing anything. And
yeah,
I guess that's where we just have a different perspective on political reality, economics. I think capital, like in my book, there's this thing where, Land at one point wrote, a review or a response to Alain Badiou, and he called it "Sore Losers," and it's about the leftists who can't, you know, especially the Marxists who can't deal with the fact that they lost. They lost the ideological war, etc. Right? But aren't Bland and Yarvin sore winners?
Oh yeah.
Like, I think
Oh
that's
yeah.
our thing with where it's like, guys, you won, and they don't
Yeah.
think they have, do they?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Yarvin and guys like Yarvin, they're cry bullies. They don't. They're just wiener cry bullies. I think they don't believe in anything down at the bottom. I think they just want to whine and complain and be little crybaby.
Yeah, but Nick,
Uh,
he's not that. So
no, Nick is. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like it. I don't know. With him, I I just get confused when I think about Nick's politics, and I'm like, I don't know. I think it's incoherent. I think it's just a jumbled mass of contradictions that he hasn't really thought out. I think aside from what is most convenient to accelerate the process, I think
I
that's
just
his
feel like
biggest
that's what it
political
is for
concern.
him at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he
What aids
has.
capital?
I think that's it. I think that's his position, and he's just going to kind of lean into what is best for that. Um, and I don't know. I think like all the crybully political reactionary position. Um, I don't even know if those guys, yeah, if they have real politics. Like I don't think Yarvin has politics other than feeling personally aggrieved because he didn't get his chicken tendies on time. Mom, he's Cartman. Curtis fucking Yarvin is Cartman. And all the guys like him.
So,
Fucking respect my authority.
but okay, so if what we have now is not capital winning or the
Yeah.
victory of capital, then what is for Yarvin? I mean, we know what it is for Nick. It is just hyper acceleration of tech development without government interference. Okay, I don't is for Yarvin. Is it really just like Silicon Valley running the world?
I mean, well, what's crazy is we already do have features of Sovcorps. Like some of the kind of characteristic features of the world he claims to want. Like we already have them. Like you can buy private security that they work in, like they cooperate with police forces. Like you can sign up for basically a private police force. And you can donate $1 million to Donald Trump and he'll pardon you for all federal crimes. And you can buy American citizenship for, I don't know, but like these are real things that are happening in the world we live in. So for him to be such a crybaby and say, this is what I want, I mean, it sure does look like he's getting a lot of what he wants. So I can't imagine what it would look like for him winning. And that's why I think, like, at the end of the day,
Is it him on the throne? Him being the CEO
that's
monarch?
probably, yeah. Like he wants to have the respect, and he wants his own little harem and his own little fiefdom. And
That you're
maybe
free to
that's
leave
it.
if you want.
Yeah. And all those guys, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, like all those guys, maybe that's what they want. They want to be rulers of their own individual Sovcorps. But even then, I don't think those guys would have the capacity to realize, oh, we accomplished what we want. Like they would find some way to turn it around and say it was the woke lib trans, it's all their fault. It's all the woke lib trans people's fault. Like they would find a way to make it, you know,
Okay, so here's the
not
question.
work.
Going back to the text, where they talk about neoliberalism 2.0, they say this continuation of the neoliberal project, or neoliberalism 2.0, has begun to apply another round of structural adjustments, most significantly in the form of encouraging new and aggressive incursions by the private sector into what remains of social democratic institutions and services. This is in spite of the immediately negative economic and social effects of such policies, and the longer-term fundamental barriers posed by the new global crises. Don't you think Trump fits that? Like they would say Trump
Yeah,
fits that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think absolutely so. I mean,
So
that was Doge. Doge was let's raid the federal government, get as much information and resources as we can get our hands on before people, get hip to what's going on and raise a stink. And then let's try to partition all this off into private private services. Um, yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. And it, in spite of the immediately negative economic and social effects, like the economy is a huge turd right now. But Trump is still going on and on and on about how we're the best country in the world and we're the hottest country in the world. And it's like, yeah, but you can go look.
oh,
Like,
it was funny. So today I saw it was a meme somebody posted, but it was Trump talking about how the economy's just doing great and everything. And the meme was, it's bad when even Fox News has to fact check him. And then the Fox News comes on and
yeah.
they're like, the price of coffee is up 30%, the price of blah blah blah, and then they're just so
But yeah, and we're the fundamental barriers posed by the new global crises, like immigration is a huge issue. We or America deported a bunch of essential workers, and now prices have gone up, and people can't work, and this and that, and
and the
it's
automation
yeah,
thing that's on the horizon, what is that going to do if we don't have policies in place to help protect people's standard of living, and I mean
yep,
they're living at all?
yep.
That's going to be a huge problem. uh what to do with the LLMs, what that does to um I mean, how is it going to be used, as this technology modifies stolen identities, blah blah blah
Yep.
blah blah. Is everything going to have to be put on the blockchain because it's the
Yep.
best verification mechanism? All of these kind of things are on the horizon. So, I mean, we're just adding to the list of our new global crises.
Let's see. That the forces of right-wing governmental, non-governmental, and corporate power have been able to press forth with neoliberalism is at least in part a result of the continued paralysis and ineffectual nature of much of what remains of the left. 30 years of neoliberalism have rendered most left leaning political parties bereft of radical thought, hollowed out, and without a popular mandate. At best, they have responded to our present crises with calls for a return to a Keynesian economics, in spite of the evidence that the very conditions which enabled post war social democracy to occur no longer exist. We cannot return to mass industrial Fordist labor by fiat, if at all. Even the neo socialist regimes of South America's Bolivarian Revolution, whilst heartening in their ability to resist the dogmas of contemporary capitalism, remain disappointingly unable to advance an alternative beyond mid 20th century socialism. Organized labor, being systematically weakened by the changes wrought in the neoliberal project, is sclerotic at an institutional level and, at best, capable of only mildly mitigating the new structural adjustments. But with no systematic approach to building a new economy or the structural solidarity to push such changes through, for now, labor remains relatively impotent. The new social movements which emerged since the end of the Cold War, experiencing a resurgence in the years after 2008, have been similarly unable to devise a new political ideological vision. Instead, they expend considerable energy on internal direct democratic process and effective self-valorization over strategic efficacy, and frequently propound a variant of neo-primitivist localism, as if to oppose the abstract violence of globalized capital with the flimsy and ephemeral authenticity of communal immediacy.
So the left can't do a goddamn thing.
Yep.
And so, I'm sorry, was this essay written yesterday? because it sure feels
Yeah.
like it was.
Yeah.
No, there, you know, like Studebaker talks about the way is shut. Jack talks about the courage of hopelessness. Well, this is the hopelessness for many of us, is that left can't do anything, and whatever it wants to do, it's not going to be very effective. And so, I mean, this is us saying, yeah, capital's won. I mean, that's what Fisher
Yep.
was saying with there is no alternative, capitalist realism. Again, I don't know how somebody thinks that woke ideology has the true say here, or the holds sway in this situation. To me, it's clear as day that capital has won. Everybody knows that the right has a libidinal advantage right now. It's easier to pull people to the right than to the left.
Yep.
And the left has very little political power. It has very little ability to mobilize people. And so, I mean, you think it has the power because you don't like, you know, the woke messaging in She-Hulk, then I guess okay. But
Dude,
what has the power over our day-to-day lives at the level of policy is not anything like we would call left. I mean,
Well,
I
the thing
guess
with-
they would say, you know, certain politically correct policies have been pushed through. Okay, but let's talk
What?
economics.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. First of all, the political correctness and like decency and empathy and like caring and being decent. I don't I don't think that's like properly the left. I just think that's like in general, people think we should be kind and caring and empathetic. And that's why the woke ideology, She-Hulk is woke now. No, She-Hulk, the creators of She-Hulk are appealing to their consumer demographic. And they know, oh, young people tend to be more kind, more caring, more empathetic. Now, it is also true that like the mainstream culture is manufactured. And it is true that, you know, 40 years ago, people didn't have the same concerns. People didn't care. You could be homophobic, you could be transphobic, you could be racist, you could be all these things in the mainstream media. And it didn't matter. Like, yeah, that's true. But to confuse that with like political action and emancipation, economics, like base superstructure, it's all silly. And ultimately, appealing to the woke, it's still an economic thing that these corporations are
Look,
doing.
even if
They're
you
protecting
say-
their reputation.
Say
Like,
okay, say Marvel did go in the woke direction because they hired people to, you know, advise them, and those people were the blue check marks, PMC, liberal leftist types. Okay, I mean, I guess to me, if that's the case and that's how it happened, to me, that's a symptom of the weakness of the left.
yeah.
Not
Well, and
indicative of
also-
its power. Like that's all it can do.
What is that? Yeah. What does that have to do with fucking capitalism? That's just like, oh, like that's like that has nothing at all to do. I don't give a shit if there's representation in my cartoons and my movies. I mean, I guess on balance it's a good thing, but like things are getting worse. People are still dying. There's still genocide. We're still running out of water. Like we're still being like brought on this conveyor belt down toward
And
this.
so the the most effective thing the left can do is give us more girl bosses, like in our
Yeah.
pop culture. It just is such a weak accomplishment. It's nothing in the big scheme of things. And so I don't know. I just always viewed that shit as like I don't view that
can't
as
take-
power, but the opposite.
Yeah, it's okay. So the person and it's like fuck, I don't know, man. When you lie to your kid and you tell him like I don't know, fucking vegetables taste like ice cream or like you trick your kids into eating their vegetables. Like that is what capital is doing to us when they're making woke Marvel. Like that's what it is. And I can't take it. I can't take the idea of culture war seriously. People who get bent out of shape and people who think culture war actually matters. It's like you're fucking insane. And it's not just the right winger cry bullies. I think the left, quote unquote, people who care so much about culture war, I think you're fucking insane. You think you're doing politics. You think you're working towards human emancipation because you want some kind of like representative symbolic validation and valorization of your own particular identity category that you cling to. And it's really been sold to you as a commodity. Like it's just a different way to monetize representation at the end of the day. And I don't care about culture war stuff. And I like people who use culture war as an example for the left. It's like, dude, you're either not hearing what we're saying when we're talking about emancipation and we're talking about the actual left, or you're being disingenuous. I think a lot of the time people are being disingenuous. But things are getting worse. We're still dying. We're still running out of water. Energy prices are going crazy. People like immigration, jobs, employment, like all these real material problems are getting worse. So I have woke fucking Batman. Cool.
And
I don't give a fuck.
Not to mention, Marvel's, it's re-strategizing. It's ditching it because it was never about it to begin with. Like you said, they take polls and they think, oh, the youth is typically more progressive, so this will cater to them. And then they find out that the older guys, the older millennials and still the Xers, they want their old school shit. They don't want politics in their shit, at least not that way. And so then they start to readjust, and the capital's like, oh, this isn't actually going to make a profit, so ditch it and go back to a more kind of generic storyline like, without any messaging in it.
It's just like Pepsi with the fucking BLM, Kylie Jenner. Like they had the commercial of the riot and then the cops. And then I think it was Kylie Jenner, like crossed the street and handed the cop a ice cold Pepsi. And
I think
like,
it was Kindle.
They're all the same person to me, that same shit happened. There was a earlier Pepsi riot cop commercial. There's one Kardashian and she's a shapeshifter.
Or she's one Kardashian, various instantiations.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean it's not like that secret hidden knowledge. It's not like you have to be a big brain rocket scientist to understand how these corporations are going to work to protect their economic interest. Because they need to protect future opportunities to rake in the dollar bills, y'all. So it's reputational value. So it's kind of like sign value, how sign value has come to augment exchange value. This kind of reputational value has come to augment what corporations account for when they're doing what it is that they do, especially in the world where everything is getting increasingly online and increasingly people have this belief that you have to have an opinion on every last little thing. So yes, I just saw Daily Wire is doing the Pendragon series, King Arthur. I don't know if it's a TV show or a series of movies or whatever, but I got ads for it. And it's like join Daily Wire Plus for this new installment in the Pendragon series. And that makes me a little bit sad because I was like, oh, that actually didn't look horrible. I like King Arthur. I like forests and fairies and wizards and shit. But yeah, the Daily Wire is doing the same thing. Like they're trying to appeal to the youth. They're trying to appeal to consumer demographics. So when the left, let politics be replaced with commodity and like consumer categories and niche demographics and shit like that, that is a sign that the left has no real power. Because if the left had real power, we might see it might be like China. China murks billionaires. China will straight up like, hey, let me take this billionaire and execute this motherfucker. There was a huge fire in Hong Kong recently, and they arrested like 14 executives. You would not see that here in America.
And aren't they better managers of capitalism than Elon Musk?
Yes. Yes. I mean,
that's what Slavoj's always pointing out. He goes, I mean, the grand historical irony is that the Communist Party in China ended up being
better capitalists.
Better capitalists.
Because they've read Marx. Well, they probably might not have read Marx. They definitely read Mao.
Is it because also that perhaps, and just a thought, and I'm not implying, I don't mean to imply this is true. I mean it really as a question. Is it possible that a group whose ideology is not exclusively capitalist can actually manage capital better? They really have to account for, they're in control of the country. And when you're in control of a country and you're communist or social, however you want to define what they are, you have a response. We were talking about this the other day. A capitalist doesn't have the responsibilities of, I have to care about the well-being of my nation. Like, no, the individual capitalists or, a specific board of directors, their highest principle is capital. It's accumulation. When it's a political party who's now put in charge, let's call it state capitalism.
Yeah.
When the state is in charge of capital, though, it's responsible for more than just making a profit.
That's what's crazy about the Sovcorp idea. Because if you look at China, if you look at the state capitalist organization, a Sovcorp, in theory, is a miniaturized version of a state capitalist government.
Except the weird thing is the Sovcorp, I guess this is maybe the difference. Isn't the Sovcorp's main thing to make as much profit as it possibly can?
That's the thing. So Max Berry, science fiction writer, he wrote a series of books, Jennifer Government. I love this book, Jennifer Government. If anyone listening has free time, go read Jennifer Government by Max Berry. And it's silly, it's lighthearted, but it's also a very compelling vision of like a Sovcorp future where or all the cyberpunk fiction, all the Neil Stephenson, fucking Johnny Mnemonic, like cyberpunk is about how neoliberalism went out of control and the government became privatized and everyone's life is worse for it. But the executives and the corpos at the top, they're still living in the lap of luxury because they have all the money. And so guys like Yarvin and that whole tendency who say, yeah, just privatize it all. We'll do it better. You guys don't do it better. You guys actually do it worse. And you make money off of it. Like, so China is, I think, a Sovcorp that actually works. Whereas the people who want Sovcorps, it would be bullshit. It would be half-assed.
Does it work because the highest principle for them is not just making profits?
Yeah, it's like, hey, we actually care about the well-being of the people who live here. And so, like, if you move to a Sovcorp, that wouldn't be their principle. The principle would be, let's make more profit.
It's like a Starbucks lets you rent, like you can work here and you get a little spot to sleep at, a little tent, and you can crash there. But you live and work at your job, but you're free to leave. You're free to leave. Point is, you only concretely. This is another abstract freedom that this type of capitalism would give you. Just like wage labor is an abstract freedom. You don't have to work here. Well, here's the problem with the Sovcorp, though. What if another Sovcorp doesn't hire you or let you be a renter worker? Where do you go then?
Then you grab yourself by your bootstraps and you use some good old fashioned fucking elbow grease and stick to itiveness, and you make your own destiny.
No,
Come on, guy.
concrete, if no other soft corp, the real message is go head to the bridge.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, and
Go to the
that
bridge.
like that is the model of the corporation. The corporation doesn't give a fuck about anything. They will do whatever they can. They will get away with whatever they can get away with to make
what.
more money.
It seems like a very humble slice of freedom, but the fact that you leave your job and you go to your apartment or to your house, trust me, you don't want to give that up.
Oh yeah.
You do not want to
Well, and
literally live at your job.
Dude, there are people.
You guys seen Sorry to Bother You? The horses that's living at your job. Remember, like that's the whole thing in that whole corporation is having the workers live at the
There's a movement called the overemployment movement, where there are these people who have remote jobs. I think a lot of them pretend that they're in the tech sector, but I think most of them are like telemarketers. But they pretend like, yeah, I'm a coder and I'm a sysadmin and I'm an architect and this and that. I think most of these guys are just making shit up. I think they all live at their mom's house and they do telemarketing. But it's this idea, the yassified version of it, or like their propaganda vision is they have like high-rise penthouse apartments and they're all rich and fancy and they have 2 or sometimes 3 jobs, and since they work from home they have all this freedom to do what they want to do. But if you actually go in their community on Reddit and read it, it's just a bunch of people complaining like, oh, I got found out, oh, my boss found out I was working for my other job, and they're always talking about like auto dialers, and so that's why I think they're mostly telemarketers. But there's a fantasy of it's not that you live at work, it's that you work at home. And that was sold to us too, along with like the suburban sprawl and the automobile. But the idea of no, you don't live at work, you work from home. And like people are already sold on that idea. No, I want a robust state to provide healthcare and education and roads and fire departments and police,
because the point is
fucking services.
The state at its best. So I guess we're status here. Fine. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The state at its best enforces qualitative values, which is to say values geared towards human flourishing.
Yep. Not just profit.
And you're not allowed to break them for quantitative value purposes.
Yep.
And the thing we know is that the bourgeois state is just that. It's the state that has compromised itself to the point of placating capital and making that the main thing it does.
Yep.
And so the trick has, especially neoliberalism, is to have this anti-status attitude. Oh, big government, blah, blah, blah. Capital has always needed the government to be there for it, and it still does. It just needs the government to be very specific in what it does. It's not anti-government, it's anti-human state, which is to say a state centered around and geared towards absolute qualitative values that are not going to break those values because there's economic pressure or quantitative incentive to do so. And so I'm sorry, like old school capital has eroded the old school form of state.
Oh yeah.
And sorry, the states, 600, 700, 1,000 years ago, they're not, that's the point. They're not going to give a shit. Oh, well, you have to start letting business occur on the Sabbath because fuck you. Our faith, religion, it doesn't play that shit. And so whether it's that example or whatever, like each qualitative symbolic order and by each society with its fundamental qualitative values, it would say no. Your economic activity has to conform itself to what we're doing, to our world, to our, and of course they were always caught up with one another, but it's with capitalism that the economy starts telling you what beliefs are going to work, and so no, if you want to say no, you can't have 24/7 business transactions, well, capital will say fuck you. It's in the logic of capital to do so.
Yep.
According to our axiomatics. And so this is where you get into this battle between state and capital. If we're talking about a state that has fundamental values that it will not compromise for economics, then yes, that's when capital is truly anti-statist. But if it's a state that serves capital, then it will use it'll use the state as its fundamental scapegoat. All the problems that capital's causing are really the government's fault.
I mean, look at Ford and Black Rifle Coffee and like so Dodge Ram and like all these corporations here in America that market themselves as the quintessential American corporation. We are and that's just the woke shit in reverse, right? Like that's just fucking, instead of being woke, it's like, no, we're gonna be uber American and this and that. I think one thing for me that was eye-opening is traveling to different countries, traveling around Europe. There aren't gas stations and bodegas and convenience stores on every corner that stay open 24/7.
That would be a weird culture shock thing.
Yeah, and it caused some frustration. Like at 3 a.m. here at home, if I wake up at 3 a.m. and I want to go to a gas station and buy something, I can.
Our main gas station
is a type of freedom.
It's 24/7,
dude. And you know what? Even in Salt Lake City. So I used to work in Salt Lake City, and on Sundays, gas stations close. And I have run out of gas.
Thanks a lot,
on a
Mormons.
Sunday. Yeah, I've run out of gas on a Sunday multiple times in Salt Lake City, and it's a hassle. But it's also it's a breath of fresh air to find somewhere in the world, me being America brained, to go somewhere and see the state impose like no, you're closed. Like it's
on a religious
you could say
valuation.
Yeah, you could say it's not the state forcing it, it's kind of social convention. Well, yeah, but it is enforced by the state. It's so crazy, and I would choose to kind of take away just a little bit of my American freedom. Oh, you have the right to choose to go buy all the sugar and carcinogenic bullshit you want at any time you want. Like, no, I would choose to lose that freedom if it meant we had a stronger state or a stronger kind of.
So does Chick-fil-A close on Sunday for actual religious purposes, or is there actually a capitalist logic to them closing on Sunday?
So here's the deal. It's both. I think the owners or whoever started it, they were like, no, we're going to close on Sundays. We're going to recognize the Sabbath, blah, 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 blah. So it was genuine, but it also augments their reputational value. And so it increases the brand loyalty to people who like Chick-fil-A. People who like Chick-fil-A go fucking bananas for Chick-fil-A. And, you see it with In-N-Out Burger. You see it with other kind of franchises. Like people go ape shit for it. I have gone, like when I used to drive DoorDash, like going to Chick-fil-A, there's a line around the entire parking lot.
Especially at lunch, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah. People go ape shit for it.
And it's like that at every location.
And I'm not going to say that's entirely down to their religious kind of patina or the religious facade that they put up, but it helps. It definitely helps. And so finding ways to increase brand loyalty It's the same shit with Marvel. Oh, Marvel's woke now. I love Marvel. Oh, you mean Marvel's not doing the woke shit anymore? Yeah, let's watch more Marvel. Let's watch DC. DC's not woke. Marvel's woke. Let's watch DC. Fucking spoiler alert, James Gunn is in charge of all of it. He's doing both. He's doing Marvel and DC. So
No, wait. Well,
but,
now he's getting kicked out of DC, and I think he
is
made
he?
his last Guardians movie. I don't know, but
Well, but the thing like that,
now
those
hold on, just so you know,
things-
the big debate with all the comic book fans are supposedly they're bringing back the Snyderverse and kicking James Gunn out, and then now you have like the fans all split because half want the Snyderverse, half want James Gunn to keep develop because he's only gotten to do like what, one movie, maybe two,
the
Suicide Squad.
the Superman.
Yeah.
Did he do the Suicide Squad?
He did.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, he did Peacemaker, and Peacemaker was good.
Yeah.
But so with that, if Zack Snyder were a better filmmaker, I wouldn't give a shit. But Zack Snyder has only ever made 2 movies. He made Sucker Punch, which was weird and interesting, and I think it was good. And then he made the power fantasy, and you see it in 300. You see it in that dumbass Netflix movie he made. You see it in all the DC shit he's done. Like it's just male power fantasy. And he's not very good. I will say he makes impressive looking films, but I don't know if they're good or not. But even that, like brand value, like brand loyalty, reputational value, these are economic propositions from the point of view of the corporation. They're doing woke or they're doing anti-woke from our perspective, but what's really going on is they're doing calculations and what's going to get them more brand loyalty. So it is ultimately economic. For people to sit there and say it's not an economic thing, like it's a religious thing. Yeah, it's religion if your religion is capitalism.
Okay. But this to bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, because speaking of the economic, I think the problem with what they say here is organized labor being systematically weakened by the changes wrought in the neoliberal project. They go on and they're basically, I don't think they don't have faith that organized labor is going to have the power to do anything right now. That's where the Marxists are going to have their now. I think they'll grant descriptively, like, yeah, there's no organized labor right now, but the traditional Marxist is going to go, but that's where it has to come from, and yeah, they're not saying just develop class consciousness, organize the working class, and all of this will be fixed.
And that is kind of the traditional Marxist line. It's like, no, we'll still solve this by organizing the proletariat, never mind the fact that there is no proletariat, and conditions have changed beyond the proletariat being a possibility anymore. And they talk like things devolving into authenticity of communal immediacy. So that's like the identity category, the commoditized brand reputation, brand value, this and that. Horizontal DSA meetings where you can't speak too loud and you have to snap instead of a quad.
big influence.
Yeah.
Horizontalism thing is rhizomatics, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last paragraph in the section is number 6. They're all in the absence of a radically new social, political, organizational, and economic vision, the hegemonic powers of the right will continue to be able to push forward their narrow-minded imaginary in the face of any and all evidence. At best, the left may be able for a time to partially resist some of the worst incursions, but this is to be how do you say it?
Canute.
That's right. But this is to be Canute against an ultimately irresistible tide. To generate a new left global hegemony entails a recovery of lost possible futures, and indeed the recovery of the future as such. Great, we got to get the future back. How do we do that?
How indeed.
So, yeah, I mean that one, that is pretty straightforward. The right is winning, and it's winning on a very I don't know, copy paste thing, you know, Trump style leader. See this across Europe. You know, sprinkle in some scapegoating of immigrants, blah, 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 blah. It works. And so if that's not the future some of us want, then we want the future. How do we get it? That's kind of where they leave us hanging here.
Yep.
So let's see. We're on to the second part, and it's pretty. Oh, want to do it?
Interregnum on acceleration isms. If any system has been associated with ideas of acceleration, it is capitalism. The essential metabolism of capitalism demands economic growth, with competition between individual capitalist entities setting in motion increasing technological developments in an attempt to achieve competitive advantage, all accompanied by increasing social dislocation. In its neoliberal form, its ideological self-presentation is one of liberating the forces of creative destruction, setting free ever-accelerating technological and social innovations.
What do you think?
I think
they're right about the first thing. There's an association of acceleration and capitalism. I agree with that.
And I think in its neoliberal form, its ideological self-presentation is one of liberating the forces of creative destruction. That's like the people who are sold on the ideas of private schools versus public schools. They'll talk about, look at the rot, look at the inefficiencies look at how bad our public schools suck. If we privatize education, we can allow the best and brightest people to become educators and like this and that. So the self-presentation,
but I think Nick would go for that, right? Nick sides with that, I think.
Yeah, that is
because creative destruction. He's all about creative destruction, and I mean, go back to that classic title of one of the essays in Fang Newman, "Making It with Death," producing it with death, which is creative destruction, right? So, and I mean, it's a play on because you're making it nice play on words there, but
yeah. Well, and I think that's a properly Bataillean innuendo, talking about like the discontinuity of being, like there is a persistent through line that's only possible by way of destruction. Like you have to destroy the thing in order for the thing to continue and go on and persist and move out into the world. But yeah, like this neoliberal idea of let's just kind of destroy these entrenched governmental public forms of public services and privatize it all, and we'll allow, private corporations to teach your kids and treat your illnesses and house your prisoners and do this and that. Like, in order to do that, you have to destroy the old state or the old state services and set free the kind of creative people. And guys like Elon Musk, like he is this figure of creative destruction in this ideological sense. Like he blows up rockets, he crashes cars and they set on fire and kill their occupants. And like he does all this bombastic stuff, but he's going to get us to Mars. And Elon Musk is here to save the day, folks.
I mean, isn't the victory in the fact that your average person, they have more trust in capital than the state, and nothing in our world, I don't think anything in America proves that and supports that claim that I'm making more than the fact that we used to have water go straight to our houses that we would drink because the local government and everything took care of it.
Yeah.
Most people now have water running to their houses, but they go to the grocery store and buy it in bottles.
Yep. I was
So-
just talking about this last night with my partner. Like, bottled water is fucking insane, dude.
Lewis Black, I mean, it's one of his first comedy specials. I love it. He was like, and what's so stupid about? He's like, where all this bottled water comes from? There's a couple in Detroit sitting in the bathtub filling these fuckers up.
Well, dude, most of the bottled water comes from municipal water sources. So you're drinking the same fucking water. You're just paying for the packaging. And
is it because we trust business more than we trust state bureaucracy?
Well, how many times have people said, like back in 2016, people were talking about, oh, I'm going to vote for Trump because he's a businessman and he's going to run the country like a business. Like that was the ubiquitous refrain from people who were entertaining the idea of voting for
not
Trump.
the politician.
Yeah. And it's like okie dokie, dude. Not me. I mean,
Nor me.
But yeah, this idea that privatizing everything is actually setting free forces of creative destruction.
And now look who they mention right now.
The philosopher Nick Land captured this most acutely with a myopic yet hypnotizing belief that capitalist speed alone could generate a global transition toward unparalleled technological singularity. In this visioning of a capital, the human can eventually be discarded as mere drag to an abstract planetary intelligence rapidly constructing itself from the bricolaged fragments of former civilizations. However, Landian neoliberalism confuses speed with acceleration. We may be moving fast, but only within a strictly defined set of capitalist parameters that themselves never waver. We experience only the increasing speed of a local horizon, a simple brain-dead onrush rather than an acceleration which is also navigational, an experimental process of discovery within a universal space of possibility. It is the latter mode of acceleration which we hold as essential.
Okay, lots to get to here. Obviously, this whole thing of capital will basically transcend the human, leave us in the dust. And yeah, I mean, that's where we get, call it transhumanism or posthumanism of land. That's where it's at. I think it's interesting that they use the word in reference to us and our relation to capital. We're mere drag.
Yeah, that is
Immediately
interesting.
brings to mind this right here.
Yep.
Exocapitalism. Drag is one of their key concepts. And for Pollock's and Trio, drag is essentially the human being trying to find a place for itself in the lift of capital, in the process of capital. Lift is their name for it. They have a very specific concept of what the process of capital is, but they have this corresponding idea of drag. That's us trying to make room for ourselves, keep a place for ourselves in this process that is essentially moving away from us. So I just think
it is very
that word here. This is this distinction they want to make between speed and acceleration. I think Nick would just reject it, obviously.
Yeah.
And say, again, here's your leftist mythic hope in this accelerating tech process outside of capital. But for them, they would say, why is it so mythological? Why is it so fantastic, or I should say phantasmatic, to think that there's a a productivity beyond capitalist productivity. And for them, it's navigational, and that's the key word here. They want us via a hierarchical state to be able to navigate, to direct the direction and the path in which acceleration is going. That's where they would say they're left acceleration, is that they think it is possible to direct or aim the path of acceleration. That's Nick doesn't think so. They do. So but that's where it's very clear that they're trying to do something that Nick is going to say is impossible.
Yeah. Nick would say trying to navigate it would just be trying to put it in this kind of suspended animation. I think early Nick would conflate attempts at navigating with the AOE. And he would say you can't navigate it, you can't steer the ship. He would also say it's wrong to try to steer the ship.
It's a human security system.
Yeah, you'll only ultimately slow it down and cause more pain and suffering along the way. The ship is going to hit the iceberg regardless, and there's no way off that course. But it is interesting, when we spoke to Nick, he seems to have a different view of the Atlanteans now.
I don't think he would change his view on this. I think this is pretty much him just saying, you're not going to control it, not in your power. It's the agent, it's the revolutionary subject, capital itself is, and you're not going to correct course or modify course. But again, it's interesting as we read through this, there's lack of emphasis on AI with them. They totally understand the importance of computation, algorithms, because in inventing the future, they're going to say we need an algorithmic communism. Problem with planned economies is that you got a bunch of humans trying to plan way too many things all at once. They can't, you don't have the computational power to do that. Automated algorithmic level of AI. I don't remember if they call it that or not, but they're certainly not. It's not like super intelligence has a place in their future, and so maybe that's another thing where Nick would go, you think you're gonna just stop the development of AI while still leaving a certain capitalist motor running, at least for a while. I know they want to detach this productivity away from capital, but again, I mean, I think that he said it before to us. He said it in A Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism. That's his problem. You think you can have this hyper tech development without capital. You can't. So, I mean, what do you think? Can we have it or can we not? Or is it, I don't know.
I think and Andre Gore's kind of presents a vision, or at least has a conversation about this. I mean, you could even go back to Illich, but if you talk about like, if we give people a robust standard of living and we give them the freedom and the tools to explore the universe, I think we will absolutely explore the universe. I think as long as we're trapped in scarcity and as long as we're trapped in this Hobbesian world,
wage labor,
in wage labor, or before wage labor, if we're beholden to the feudal lord or we're beholden to the chieftain or whatever. Labor. Yeah, like I do have a utopian vision of a future where if we can be empowered, we will, of course, explore. Like, we are curious. Even, why do you think we have art going back thousands of years? Do you think the cavemen who painted the shit on the walls, like, they had free time and they sat around and got stoned and made paintings all day? No, they had to hunt tigers and run from elephants and stuff. Yet they still found time to make paintings. They still found time to develop culture. They still found time to develop technology. I think absolutely we can have an unbounded universe of potential and exploration and discovery if we have a high enough standard of living and ability. Like if we enable, if we're enabled, we will. And I think the world we live in now could be like, if we just took capital away, we could have Star Trek and, you know, all these wonderful
you would
things.
be siding with them. You would say, yeah, we've
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
enough where, and so I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, I see him saying, if you take the motor out, you don't have the structural incentive to produce new tech at this rate anymore. If you take capital out of the equation.
I disagree. I say you don't have the incentive to produce the commodity anymore. And it's important not to confuse the commodity with the object or the thing that is being invented. I don't think technology is a commodity. I think technology is something that we do, but it's been captured by the commodity form. And we need to break, we do need to set capital free or technology free.
Is a weak spot in Nick's work that he doesn't truly engage with the role of the commodity form. Like, I mean, of course he knows commodities are duh, but
yeah,
he doesn't. The way that Lukács, the way that Marx, the way that Baudrillard focused on the commodity form, he doesn't seem to say much about. It's almost like the commodity form is. I mean, of course, it's part of capital, but it doesn't seem to be essential for him the way it is for us and the thinkers I just mentioned.
Yeah, I think it goes back to he has this nihilistic world with meaning doesn't really matter. So there is no difference between a commodity and an object for him. Like we are just a commodity from his perspective.
So a symbolic gift of the Baudrillardian type doesn't mean anything to me.
I think so.
I mean, that would be an interesting question to ask him. Like, I would love to know what his actual response. I mean, I think he would say that symbolic exchange doesn't have the power to do anything to capital the way that Baudrillard thought it did.
Yeah.
But you also have to say, if it doesn't have any power, why is symbolic exchange so repressed by capital? So, yeah, and by symbolic exchange here, I guess I would just use more of a broad definition, which is to say non-capitalist forms of valuation.
Yeah.
That's not exactly how Baudrillard would define it, but I'm going to roll with it here. There's ways of things having value and mattering outside of the market, outside of exchange value, outside of the commodity form. So, okay, let's see. So, speed and acceleration, they make a distinction there. Speed is what capital is doing, but it doesn't go anywhere except capitalism. Whereas, so in a sense, speed is like a treadmill for them. Like capital is just running in place because all it does is reproduce capital.
Yeah.
Whereas they want this technological development to take us to new places, new forms of society, and also leave room for us to have a logistical say in where we go.
Yeah.
So, but then, okay, so then we're going into, here's D and G.
Even worse, as Deleuze-Guattari recognized, from the very beginning, what capitalist speed deterritorializes with one hand it reterritorializes with the other. Progress becomes constrained within a framework of surplus value, a reserve army of labor, and free-floating capital. Modernity is reduced to statistical measures of economic growth, and social innovation becomes encrusted with kitsch remainders from our communal past. Thatcherite, Reaganite deregulation sits comfortably alongside Victorian back to basics, family and religious values.
Which, again, so in our last exegesis on Land's Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism, we talked about this. This is one of the critiques of Nick, that he doesn't factor in how capital reterritorializes, how it brings back older traditions or older forms of life, or it uproots people in their identity, but it also gives them a new identity that kind of locks them into place. For D&G, this occurs through Oedipalization, which trains us to be good students and good workers. It trains us to, respect authority and play by the rules, and therefore hinder our desire, blah, 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 blah. And Nick just wants to say, no, capital really at its core is just deterritorialization. It just uproots and destroys identities and blah, blah, blah.
I think his reasoning for that would be the kind of setting free the means of production is setting free the forces of creative destruction. So while it, like, yeah, in the circuit, it's going to come around and re-territorialize after the deterritorializing. Nick's point would be, but then it deterritorializes again. And so Nick would place the emphasis on the deterritorialization, whereas we would place the emphasis on the re-territorialization.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I think Slavoj would agree to this, because in Ticklish Subject, chapter 6, it's a really important chapter in all of his work. It's called Whither Oedipus. And he's saying, like, Oedipus is no longer this thing that holds sway in our society. And you could argue that capital itself is anti-Oedipus. Like, yes, there's this moment in the 50s and the 60s where the nuclear family was emphasized, but it's really economic logistics that caused, women couldn't just stay at home. They had to go get a job. And now you have to have two jobs, to support the family and to keep the standard of living. So parents aren't around their kids as much. And then you have divorce and blah, blah, blah. And all this is spurred on by economy. So
look at the influencer model. That is, in many cases, a resurgence of child labor, or at least it's a fantasy that enables child labor, where you'll have a 30-year-old, dancing on TikTok or whatever, and getting brand deals and sponsorships and shit like that. But what that does really is it convinces 14-year-olds that they can also become influencers. And so they spend all their time generating data for TikTok and for the corporations and for the algorithms and stuff like that. So they're doing child labor by passively consuming or by actively going out and try to reenact the success of the influencer that they've seen. So, like, influencer-ness is a resurgence of child labor, but it's capital.
It's hidden. It's not the image of child labor. The kid,
but it's the reality of yeah. It's the reality. Like, the reality of the situation is it is child labor. Capital will put on a fur coat that is family values and traditional nuclear family structure if it's convenient, and it will throw that to the window, and
it doesn't care about our meaning at all.
Exactly.
Oedipal or anti-Oedipal. It cares about its own axiomatic logistics, its own cycle and circuit of accumulation, and it will use any form of meaning if it aids in that accumulation process. So if you want nuclear family values, great, it'll ideologically exploit that. If you that's backwards, we're progressive, great, then it will sell you you know, rainbow t-shirts. It will, it doesn't care about any of this.
Well, and I think the conversation you and I had the other night, not to keep bringing up off the record conversations, but there's a very plausible future where there are no more families and it's a bunch of men who have homoromantic friendships with other men and robot sex partners, and test tube babies, and then a bunch of women who are empowered hyper lesbians with their dildos and their robot sex toys, and they also do test tube babies, and we're all being born
Or
from axolotl tanks.
These women who are like into these like adult fantasy novels. What's the one that Shoe on
monster
Head was?
fuckers, dude.
Was that it? Like where she's dating a centaur or some shit?
Dude,
It's like
oh,
they'll
monster
just
fucking, yeah.
they'll just
Yeah.
have those as their sex bots.
Yeah, and men are gonna go their own way so far and so hard that every man is just gay, but he doesn't have sex with other men because that's too gay. But he has like homo romantic relationships, but he has sex with his waifu sex robot.
Is Ana de Armas from Blade Runner. Wait, you're muted. Muted. Oh shit.
And
There you go.
okay, what the hell happened?
Oh, it said your internet connection is unstable.
Oh fuck. But yeah, it's these things will, I think it's very plausible that we'll have this kind of hyper homosexual world where men only have sex with robots and women have sex with werewolves and centaur robots. Because the men are like, oh, I'm gonna masculinity, and men go their own way and stuff like, and that will be an iteration of family structure driven by capital, because it's ultimately it's the logic of capital that will reinforce these tendencies. Like the fucking red pill guys on the internet, they're not doing anything other than trying to make money. Like they're chasing the logic of capital. It's not true that feminism is the root of all
for the
evil, dude.
influencer girls that sit there and tell other women you don't need a man.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, if he
Hashtag
doesn't
not all
this
men.
and
Blah.
that's-
Yeah, yeah.
all that shit. It's both, because the thing is, look, I think both sides of Lacan's graph of desire, like I know a lot of Lacanians side with the feminine side, and I honestly just think both forms of desire suck, and
Yeah.
that both of them frame the other in a non-human way. And I
Yes.
can hear a lot of Lacanians going, that's true of the masculine side. I don't see how you're getting that. Okay, one day I'll go into that. But I'll just say that, you know, whether it's objet petit a that's ultimately, you know, embodied in a partial object, which is to say men typically desire on the basis of what they see, or the phallus organizing your desire, therefore desiring someone based on their social status, right? Both of these are shitty ways to comport yourself towards another person. And so
it totalizes, and it, like, rather than actually interacting with the other as the other, you're interacting with this formal, with this superficial skin that's been placed over them that takes the shape of either the partial object, oh, she's got nice boobs, she's got beautiful lips, or oh, he's got a good job and he's respectful and my
He's
friends
the
are all
man.
gonna be impressed. Yeah, like it's
and it doesn't have to
totalizing,
be
and
the
it's-
ridiculous, like, oh, the man caricature, the ultimate warrior, Macho Man Randy Savage. No, there's variations on what counts as a man. And the man in our day and age can actually be a progressive guy who understands that the man is a bullshit ideal.
Yeah.
And so it just works at this second level of functioning. So,
dude, there's this whole trend going on right now called performative males. And I think it's a cynical I think it's mostly a joke. I think it's cynical, but I think the joke is kind of coming from some deep resentment. But it's also true that there are hipster guys who will put on a weird cardigan and talk about, yes, I love Maya Angelou and Judith Butler, and I like and
And I'm learning
perform
to
it.
be more
So
vulnerable.
yeah, and it's bullshit. That motherfucker's just out there trying to,
Trying to get
you know,
laid like the other dude. Yep.
yeah. And that's the thing, like yeah, interacting at the level of desire in that way covers up the other. And yeah, I can see how the male and the female are monstrous or lead you to be monstrous.
And so, yeah, but this deterritorialization thing that D&G are talking about and that Nick really champions, yeah, it can deterritorialize and decode what we think of as human sexual relations. And it will modify them, reorient them so as to be as economically profitable for itself as it can be. And if this is the world it's going into, where it's like it will sell it as a new freedom, just like it.
Yep.
Okay, so instead of having old school proletarian work, job security, when it comes to being the precariat, it sells you this as a form of freedom. Oh, you're an Uber driver. You're not even really a worker. You're your own capitalist. Blah blah
Yep.
blah. It will sell us this whole thing. Aren't real relationships with real people so taxing? Don't they always end in heartbreak? Here's the revolution in love, and here's your sex bot, or here's your centaur, whatever you want to fuck, and whatever you want to cuddle. Here it is.
Enjoy,
and
enjoy.
turn it off when you're tired of it yapping, and
Yep.
and then you can go hang out with your friends and blah blah blah, and you can have a relationship without the relationship, and that is
Yep.
Žižek. You want you want coffee without caffeine. You want blah 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 blah. You want the thing without the
Yep.
the ingredient that makes it destructive or burdensome.
Yep.
And so
Enjoy an ice cold hyper Diet Coke.
hyper diet caffeine free Coke. Yeah.
Yeah, hyper diet caffeine free Coke.
If you do a sequel to that, that's the title.
Yeah, it has to be hyper diet free. Diet
Is it
caffeine
diet
free.
caffeine free Coke? Yeah.
But
there's a sequel there.
Our immiseration is being sold, and our debasement is being sold as freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
it's
and it will sell all of this new shit with sex and our partners and our robo partners and all this kind of shit, robo lovers.
Yep.
It'll all be sold, and that shit's gonna happen sooner than later. So,
oh yeah,
they're already working on this shit. So, the future's already here in a sense. Okay, paragraph 4.
A deeper tension within neoliberalism is in terms of its self-image as the vehicle of modernity, as literally synonymous with modernization, whilst promising a future that is constitutively incapable of providing. Indeed, as neoliberalism has progressed, rather than enabling individual creativity, it has tended toward eliminating cognitive inventiveness in favor of an effective production line of scripted interactions, coupled to global supply chains and a neo-Fordist Eastern production zone. A vanishingly small cognitariat of elite intellectual workers shrinks with each passing year, and increasingly so as algorithmic automation winds its way through the spheres of effective and intellectual labor. Neoliberalism, though positing itself as a necessary historical development, was in fact a merely contingent means to ward off the crisis of value that emerged in the 1970s. Inevitably, this was a sublimation of the crisis rather than its ultimate overcoming.
Okay. So
in Shitification, that is we were talking about affinity photo and how I love affinity photo and have for years because it allows me to do what I want to do, and it's cheaper and better from my perspective than paying the subscription to Adobe. But we recently found out that Affinity Photo has been bought by the company Canva, and rather than being able to go buy this image processing software, now you have to sign up for an account and download it and use it on that platform. So it's taking a tool that gives me the ability to do what I want to do. So it offers me real freedom in a sense, and it's shitifying it. And now it's taking it, rather than being a tool that I own and I have access to on my terms, it's putting it on a platform, and it's saying you can use it on our terms. So it's actually, in a sense, kind of shrinking cognitive and creative ability that they're claiming it's maximizing it, because they're like, oh, now you can access it from anywhere and you can go online and use it, this and that. And that's one example of, oh, we're modernizing, we're making it always online and you can access it from anywhere and it's in the cloud and you don't have to worry about, disk space on your hard drive, and you don't this and you don't that. It's selling it as a type of freedom, and it's leaning into this image of innovation. But what's really happening is shitification.
And what it's getting at here is that the image, I guess the ideological fantasy of neoliberalism is private economic activity that leads to individual creativity. So they're thinking, it wants to sell you this image that with neoliberalism, individual creativity will be able to flourish. And their point is, what neoliberalism has gotten us is a kind of drought of individual creativity. And so what do we see in Hollywood? Same shit, same IPs, just regurgitated after, over and over and over again, to the point that things that you once adored with all your heart, you can't go away. Star Wars, like,
Oh yeah,
once you get to that point.
dude, how heartbreaking for me, a lifelong Star Wars fan. I can still remember the first time I watched Star Wars on VHS at my buddy's house. Like I watched A New Hope, and it was like, oh, game over, dude. The world will never be the same. I fucking love Star Wars. And now I went to the movie to see the most recent Star Wars movies, and it's just like, ew, dude, this sucks. And I don't want to go online and complain about it. There's a lot of people that do.
Oh, trust me, people have already
Oh
beaten
yeah,
you to that.
But it's like, this fucking sucks. Now, I think that Star Wars is going to do just fine. Even though it sucks, they're going to do just fine because people still enjoy it. People, they don't get carried away and taken away.
I haven't found
But
many who.
they're eating nothing is what they're doing with the new Star Wars and with the woke Marvel. Like it's an instance of them. They enjoy the fact, like, they're still going to pay money to go watch Star Wars and all the. I watched Star Trek. Even though new Star Trek sucks ass, but I enjoy the distance between what it used to be and what it is now. So it is an instance of like eating nothing and being happy about it. So I don't think it's a real economic danger to Star Wars or Star Trek or any of these franchises. But like, no, it's in shitification. We are functionally illiterate. Now there's millions and hundreds of millions of idiots who can't do anything for themselves, who can't think for themselves. Like, people, we're just fucking dumber than we used to be. But we live in this fantasy world where we're like, oh, look at the future. I can have whatever I want. So people will go and type a prompt into an AI, and an AI will vomit out some sex fantasy, and you'll be like, look how creative I am. It's like, you're not creative, dude. You're stupid.
So did the beings in Interstellar send idiocracy back in time as a warning to all of us? But no, look what they say. Hold on. The fact they say an increasingly, a vanishingly small cognitariat of elite intellectual workers shrinks with each passing year, and increasingly so as algorithmic automation winds its way through the spheres of affective and intellectual labor. I mean, how much more so is this going to be when, when AI is really, truly capable of producing movies that we prompt? Like, I want, you just put in a prompt. I want a movie where Superman and Iron Man team up with Luke Skywalker, to fight xenomorphs, and they drive DeLoreans.
Well, and
You know
it'll
what I mean?
be it'll be I was watching a video about visual effects. It was the corridor channel on YouTube, and they did a video about the Lord of the Rings being the first and last instance of this particular camera trick that they did, and the technique goes back 100 years. The technique that they used goes back to the dawn of cinema. Even before cinema, it goes back to photography, and even before photography, it goes back to painting. It's this hundreds of years old thing. They're talking about forced perspective. And then in cinema, in the Lord of the Rings, when you had Gandalf and Bilbo in the same shot, like that was a practical effect.
And Gandalf looks way bigger.
Yeah. So the way they achieved that was really a marvel of cinema. But it was only done once, and it was only done in the Fellowship of the Rings, or the Fellowship of the Ring. And it hasn't been done since. And they recreated it, so it's been done twice, once in a blockbuster movie and then once in a YouTube video. But the thing is, like, those things will be lost arts. Like we will just lose the art of filmmaking. We will lose the art of types of writing, and just like my car, dude. I grew up working on cars, building cars, working on cars. Like,
They've made it where
cars.
you can't work on your car now.
My car's a computer. Like, I couldn't do shit on my car, and I fuck, dude. I know how to work on cars. Like, I've done all kinds of shit. I was in the lowrider world. Like, I used to race cars. I know how to work on cars, but when it comes to new cars, I'm at a loss. It's a computer.
Even at
you
the
plug it
level
into
of
the
hardware,
thing.
they make it where you can't replace your own spark plugs. You can't, like, they make it harder and harder and harder to do. It drives, like, that's the problem with the new cars, and it drives all the guys I know nuts because they want to do this shit themselves and they can't.
Yep.
And so, but no, like,
But we're losing arts.
well,
We're
that's
losing.
when they say algorithmic automation. That's the losing of art. That's the losing of individual human creativity. And so it's supposed to flourish under these conditions. That's what the ideological fantasy says. And we're finding that it's dwindling away, especially now with AIs, LLMs, all this kind of stuff, and how they're going to use to generate movies. And you just prompt it and it does it for you. And it is the creative force, not us. And so this is where you're seeing the human element automated away. Okay, let's do 5. He says, they say, it is Marx, along with Land, who remains the paradigmatic accelerationist thinker. That's interesting. Marx and Land,
Yeah.
they're the paradigmatic accelerationist. Contrary to the all too familiar critique, and even the behavior of some contemporary Marxians, we must remember that Marx himself used the most advanced theoretical tools and empirical data available in an attempt to fully understand and transform his world. He was not a thinker who resisted modernity, but rather one who sought to analyze and intervene within it, understanding that for all its exploitation and corruption, capitalism remained the most advanced economic system to date. Its gains were not to be reversed, but accelerated beyond the constraints of the capitalist value form. That one's so clear. Is there anything to unpack there? I mean, Marx wanted the productivity, the tech ability of capital to just be taken even further. So, I mean, would you want to clarify anything there?
No, I think even the behavior of some contemporary Marxians, um, I think that is kind of pointing towards some of the primitivist thought or the regressive thought that I think presents itself on the left a lot of the time. Like people do want to resist modernity. People do want to return to the magical lost land of the past that never ever really actually exists. And they'll claim that they don't, and they'll kind of do these performative speech acts where they say nostalgia's evil, um, but they also don't want to reckon with the fact that like we are moving in this direction. The world has changed. Things are different. And talking about like political inefficacy or inefficiency or ineffectiveness, like we can't. We are no longer a proletariat. So they'll go on and on and on and talk about organize the working class. Like, what does that even mean in the world we live in today? The working class is spread out across the globe. Half of them are living at home and working from home. The other half are gig workers. They're sole proprietors of their own DoorDash, Uber driver, whatever. Um, so yeah.
So yeah, okay. And then they're just going to immediately give us Lenin, the acceleration. So they say, indeed, as even Lenin wrote in his 1918 text, Left Wing Childishness, quote, socialism is inconceivable without large scale capitalist engineering based on the latest discoveries of modern science. It is inconceivable without planned state organization, which keeps tens of millions of people to the strictest observance of a unified standard in production and distribution. We Marxists have always spoken of this, and it is worthwhile, and it is not worthwhile wasting 2 seconds talking to people who do not understand even this. Anarchists and a good half of the left socialist revolutionaries. So both I mean Marxism, Leninism, uh,
Yeah.
Marx and Lenin are saying capitalism plays a key role in getting us to the future.
Yeah.
And this thing that it's doing, we affirm that and we want more of that. Now, of course, they want the more of that without. So here's the thing: we talked about the Žižekian. Like, you want a relationship without a relationship. You want you want coffee without caffeine. Land could actually use Žižek here and go, oh, so what you guys want is capitalism without capitalism.
Yep.
He could flip it on them like that.
Yep.
And so, I don't know. I mean, again, it's something to think about. All right, this is the 7th paragraph in this section, and the last paragraph. So let's tackle that real quick. As Marx was aware, capitalism cannot be identified as the agent of true acceleration. Similarly, the assessment of left politics as antithetical to techno-social acceleration is also, at least in part, a severe misrepresentation. Indeed, if the political left is to have a future, it must be one in which it maximally embraces the suppressed accelerationist tendency. Now, you have your issues with left accelerationism. You would say that the way you define it, it doesn't exist. But would you say the left, if it's going to have any power, has to embrace the accelerationist tendency of
Yeah,
yeah.
I think this is why kind of questioning the humanism or even the inhuman or the unhuman, um I think we have to embrace some ideas that very much would be labeled as like transhumanism or posthumanism. I think we need to embrace the kind of upward tendency that technology and technological innovation and advancement has given us. Like, it is true that capital and capitalism has improved conditions. Like, we do have more freedom today than we did 100 years ago. Like, all that's true. I think the problem I have or whatever really does come down to like a definitional problem. Like, I think the politics here, or maybe not the politics here, but the assessment is accurate. Like, yeah, we find ourselves in this ineffectual place, and in order to have our utopian world, or in order to be emancipated, we have to innovate our way out of, like, dig yourself out of the shit. You got to dig yourself out of the shit.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? So when they say, as Marx was aware, capitalism cannot be identified as the agent of true acceleration, can't Nick go, on what basis do you assert that?
And that's, I similarly, like, I don't know about that. Like, so what then are you claiming is acceleration? Like, if that's
technological development. And so, but the point is, okay, humans have always developed technology long before capitalism got here. Fine. How are we without capital going to spur on this rate, and even to a greater sense, this acceleration without capital? That's Nick's thing. What's this? What's the mechanism? What Deleuze and Guattari talk about the socius. For them, that is the focal point of society. So in primitive society, it was the earth itself. It was the territory on which the tribe or the clan lived. In the imperial period, classical society or antiquity / feudalism, it's the despot, the feudal lord, or the king, the god king, whoever you want to put in this position. That's the focal point around which everything is orbiting and structuring itself. Capitalism, its capital itself, is the focal point. The question is, what is the socius? What is the focal point around which this even more productivity will be anchored?
The cosmos. The cosmos itself.
But then you go, well, what does that? Okay, what does that mean? How can the cosmos? What spurs us on? Because the tribe was basically just what spurred it on was basic survival. Okay, what spurred on everybody was the threat of the overlord or the despot. What spurs on everything we're doing now? Capital accumulation, the market. We all know that. And so it's, somebody could say, well, it'll just be the human.
I think it'll be the human and in the world. I think it'll be like, because today, if we could Thanos snap capitalism out of existence for whatever reason, this is fantasy, it doesn't matter. But if we could just snap our finger and we lived in a utopian socialism world, I would fucking want to go out and explore the cosmos. And I think the overwhelming majority of people I know would as well. And if we have a robust enough standard of living and we're enabled, we have access to tools and we have know-how to create new technologies that allow us to go out and actually explore the cosmos. Like, if you got rid of capitalism, I think that would be it. Like, that could be this kind of thing that flows through us and binds us all together.
The question is, all right, here's the problem for me, is that I don't think we can do that without an automated economy. And I don't think we can get an automated economy without capital.
With capital. That's the thing. And that's why that's why I don't think left accelerationism is a real thing. But I agree with the ideals. But like,
But don't we need capital to do its thing some more? Like, because the question is like, what, like, okay, if we say, all right, if we're going to do major scientific projects just for the sake of knowledge, for the sake of understanding the cosmos, where does the funding come from to pull off that level of, like, the investment that would have to go into new technology? And like, the question is, what is the logic that mobilizes and makes possible that level of funding and investment in something if capital isn't at play anymore? It just seems like that's that's where it stalls out for me.
because it wouldn't be like, oh, we're investing money that we need for other things. It would be like, hey, look at us, we're free to actually explore and discover new things. And so people
But
who wanted to would come together and
but
like,
see, we need like the Garden of Eden 2.0 though, where it's like, all right,
yeah,
none of us. But again, like, but right now, hypothetically, if we Thanos snap and capital's gone, we don't have a.
I think we do.
You think you?
I
You
think
think
we have the technology. I think we have the technology for a post-scarcity world. I think we have the
really?
technology for utopia right now. And capital is what's keeping that behind a paywall. And that's why I think we are on a crash course with either more of the same long, slow, steady decline, um, or total fucking radical collapse, like catastrophic collapse. Like I think those are the two most likely things that are going to happen. Total catastrophic collapse or just a long neoliberal descent into 1990s Russia.
Yeah, maybe it's for me. I just am like I feel like there needs to be more automation spurred on by capital, but maybe that's me being a capitalist realist, and maybe you're seeing something I have trouble seeing right now, which is that we could pull off the fully, but I'm going to say I'm going to use the word fully, but it doesn't have to be absolutely 100%, but fully automated production.
Well, we're not, just like we're not going to get the USS Enterprise, like we're not going to get the utopian vision. We're also not going to get fully automated production with a robust living standard. Like currently, the world we live in today, the politics that exist, everything that's in play right now, like we're not going to get any of it. We're going to get further neoliberalized and balkanized until we're just I don't know. And that's the thing. I think
Phoenix Wasteland, Mad Max.
yeah, yeah. I think we do have the technological capability to live in a truly post scarcity world right now. I think we need radical innovation in energy, because if we don't, I think we will burn out the reserves, and we will roast the marshmallow before we get a chance to eat it. Just with the amount of energy that AI and automation and all this stuff consumes, like we will burn the wick before we even get a chance to light the bomb. But no, I think something radical has to happen, and I don't.
Isn't that a test though for AI? Isn't that like what we're trying to get it to? Hey, here's a prompt: solve our energy crisis. And it
Yeah.
actually uses its higher level of intelligence to say, here's how you get sustainable energy without destroying the planet. Like, and it's so far from pulling that off.
I
Or is it?
think
Or is it?
it's. I mean, I do think there are viable ways to to tap into the energy that's available to us here on planet Earth. be it solar or geothermal or, you know, these other kind of non-petroleum based sources of energy. We were just talking about Cyclonopedia before we started recording. I prefer solar energy to fossil fuels. And I think it's better to think about solar energy than it is to think about just fossil fuel energy. But it's also true that like the oil and gas, the industrial petroleum complex is entrenched with government. So there it's this structure of capital and it's this economic thing, but it's wrapped up with the state in a way that like they can shut down people who actually are innovating on solar power and wind power and these other types of power. And that's why, like, I don't know. I think capitalism is auto cannibalistic in this way that like we're just gonna shit the fucking bed. Like, but the potential is there right now to be realized. Like all this already virtually exists. We just need to bring it, you know,
Do you think this
actualize
is
it.
the failure of the left right here? Is that they're not talking about
Absolutely.
this?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's why they say,
Absolutely.
again, I'll read it. If the political left is to have a future, it must be one in which it maximally embraces this suppressed accelerationist tendency. I mean,
Well, and if we had
at the end of the day,
people,
Bernie's like just acting scared and kind of he's doing an
yeah,
alarmist thing.
robots, the robots, the robots.
It's like, but what about painting a vision of the future? Like, actually, this shit could be great for us if we navigate it in a certain way. You know, they don't seem to tap into any of that. You know, I hear rumors that AOC is going to run. And I wonder if, like, I don't see her tapping into any of this. So,
Well, and that's like if we had people on the left, if we had a left, I guess is
what
ultimately like that's it. Like there is no left. If there was a left,
there's
I think
liberals.
they would be doing this. They would be advocating for radical experimentation and trying to figure out like, hey, we need to figure out how we're going to power all this awesome stuff. And yeah, let's have robots do this and let's try to minimize this type of social necessity and like let's actually try to fix stuff. But no one is doing that.
And do
There
it in
is
the
no
name of
left.
family values. I'm sorry, that's what Žižek was like. No,
Yeah.
switch it up and say we're the side of family values. We want to use all of this stuff so you guys can have more time and energy to spend with your family, to have deeper family bond. If you try to sell it to normies like that, you're gonna get a
Yeah, dude.
lot further than anything anybody's doing right now. So
Yeah. Well, that's why like the culture war replacing political action.
for us, the
That's
culture
why
war is
it's
just a simulation of politics.
but that is the boogeyman that all these cry bullies, all these reactionary cry bullies, they always hold up the culture war and they say the left, the left, the left. And it's like, that's not the left, motherfucker. That is
There is no
this
left.
fucking, there is no left.
How did Baudrillard define a third order simulacrum? It is I'm drawing a blank.
Let me actually, I have
It's
oh my God, I have
how's he put it? It's like
30 tabs open.
it's the I'm paraphrasing. It's the presentation of a profound absence. Like to say, it's like you're making something seem to be there that isn't there at all. And so, but I'm messing up the.
Yeah, I have the procession of the image here,
Yeah.
but I have like 30
There's
tabs open.
It's like 4 because he goes through the 4 different modes.
The Order of Sorcery, or the Age of Simulation. Let's see. Characterizes the postmodern era with mass media. What the fuck? Just give me the book. I know.
My copy.
Oh, I have the physical book behind me somewhere.
I do too. You know what?
Masks the absence of a profound reality, falsely appearing as a faithful copy.
There it is. So masks the absence of a profound reality. That's what all this shit about talking about the left is. It masks the absence of the profound reality, the absence of the profound reality of the left. There is no left.
I don't know, man. Anyway,
Okay,
moving on.
yeah, section 3.
Manifest on the future. We believe the most important division in today's left is between those that hold to a folk politics of localism, direct action, and relentless horizontalism, and those that outline what must become called an accelerationist politics, at ease with the modernity of abstraction, complexity, globality, and technology. The former remains content with establishing small and temporary spaces of non-capitalist social relations, eschewing the real problems entailed in facing foes which are intrinsically non-local, abstract, and rooted deep in our everyday infrastructure. The failure of such politics has been built in from the very beginning. By contrast, an accelerationist politics seeks to preserve the gains of late capitalism while going further than its value system, governance structures, and mass pathologies will allow.
Okay, so I'll just say straight up that if I'm choosing between their accelerationist politics and folk politics, I'm going to go with the accelerationist politics. And I don't have much faith at all folk politics, and I never have.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I would get all I can say is on this one I agree with them way more than horizontalist, rhizomatic, local, spontaneous, direct. Like I don't see it. Maybe at one point 150 years ago it did something, maybe even during the civil rights movement it did something, but
Yeah.
I mean,
well, there are people who will say, you know, everything we have today that we either take for granted or cherish, you know, the 40-hour work week and days off and women's suffrage and the end of segregation and like all the good things about the world we live in today. There are people who will say, well, those things weren't given to you. Just today, I was thinking about Michael Parenti. I love Michael Parenti, but he would be one of the first people to sit up there and say everything, you know, you have to take it. No one's going to give you anything. You have to take it. And while that's true, I think capital has made these types of organization, these types of politics obsolete. I don't think we could come together today in the streets and demand change and actually get the change that we're demanding. So I think the folk politics have been effective historically. I also think it's true that just like an accelerationist politics seeks to preserve the gains of late capitalism, which I wouldn't even periodize and say late capitalism. I would just say preserve the gains of capitalism while going further than its value system, governance structures, and math pathologies will allow. I think that's where we're at. Like we have to seek to move beyond where we're at because capital seems to have painted us into a corner. And I don't think like all they're going to do if we go out and demand things in the street, they'll make another woke Marvel movie for us and everyone will be placated.
yeah, see, and it's just also hasn't this type of politics just been integrated into the system? The system thrives on it. Like this is
Yeah.
Where, you know, for Žižek, right, in his critique of Foucault, is like that's the thing with Bartleby politics. What you're withdrawing from, what you're preferring not to, is the form of resistance that is actually now part of the circuit, part of the
Yes.
power and resistance actually kind of have a positive feedback loop with one another.
Yeah. You know, the 68ers and Guy Debord, like, and
Baudrillard knew this. Resistance is the
Baudrillard, yeah.
simulation of resistance.
Yep. And yeah, I think looking back toward old-timey politics is just it's just ineffective. I think capital has out-organized us, humans, the citizens, the subjects. So I think we do need to seek to preserve the gains of capitalism, but move beyond its value systems.
Yeah. So in that sense, we're with their accelerationist politics.
Yes. Or at least their goals of their accelerationist politics.
Yes. Okay.
All of us want to work less. It is an intriguing question as to why it was that the world's leading economists of the post-war era believed that an enlightened capitalism inevitably progressed toward a radical reduction of working hours. The Economic Prospects of Our Grandchildren, written in 1930, Keynes forecast a capitalist future where individuals would have their work reduced to 3 hours a day. What has instead occurred is the progressive elimination of the work-life distinction, with work coming to permeate every aspect of the emerging social factory. So I saw a woman on Reddit, and I can't remember her name. It was a repost of a TikTok she made, but it was an older gentle woman, an older woman, and she was like, "I am the chairman of the I don't give a fuck committee." And she's like,
I think I saw this.
She was like, this is the holiday, the office holiday party edition of the we don't give no fucks committee or whatever. And she's like, I'm wearing the same outfit as I wore last year. I don't give a fuck. I'm not about to go out and buy new clothes for some lukewarm pizza and small talk with you motherfuckers, and talking about the white elephant. She's like, I don't give a fuck about the white elephant rules. Don't touch my present, bitch. Like, doing all this shit in a really funny, really endearing way, but thinking of things like the company barbecue, the company Christmas party, mandatory fun days. I've legit worked at multiple jobs where they literally have mandatory fun days, and it'd be a barbecue out at the park.
That's super ego. Mandatory fun.
Yes. Yeah.
And you find out that fun isn't so fun when it's mandatory. That's the whole point.
Yeah, dude. Well, and it's like, hey, how about you give us raises? How about you let us, unionize?
More vacation days.
More vacation, better insurance. No, you're gonna go to the mandatory fun day, and we're gonna make you feel like shit while you're there. So there's that.
Fun, damn it.
Yeah. And I think that when Nick and Alex wrote this, that was probably the things they were talking about, and maybe they were starting to see glimmers of like influencership, Instagram and Facebook and all that. But I think now, so we already have that level, and I think that goes back to, I don't know, the 60s maybe, this kind of super egoic type of employment structure where you're mandatory fun days and company Christmas parties and shit like that. But now we have like the work-life distinction has been eradicated for so many people who try to make a living or augment their salary on social media, being an influencer or doing some type of affiliate marketing, or it's like the Avon ladies and the pink Cadillacs selling makeup, selling Tupperware, but it's done online now. And I think, and that goes to gig work. Right. I used to write on this platform called Elance. I don't think it's still around, but it's very similar to Fiverr. People would hire you to, hey, write my college essay. Hey, I need you to proofread this for me. Hey, and it was just like freelance writing and shit. And so I'd be like, there's so many examples of gigification of work.
Exactly. Being precariat means you really never stop working. You never truly leave the work mindset at all. And that is what people want. We're talking about demands. I mean, demand full automation means demand a life without work, or demand a life with much less work. And that is what people want. They do not want to work so much. And this is why this paragraph early on spoke to me. Like, if I have if I have an enemy, it's work. It's in the form of wage labor, yes, but necessary labor, which goes beyond capitalism. Just this dynamic of humans having to spend the majority of their lives doing shit they don't want to do, to me, is the great human struggle we're trying to overcome. And
I think that's been it all along, dude. We've been at war with nature all along. We the subject, we are born of this cut away from nature.
Well, also God, if you come at it from a certain religious, because he's the one who punished us with work.
I have in the past made the statement that God is nature. I stand by it. I think I did like a 3-hour neurotic unpacking of what exactly I meant when I said it. But no, God, nature. Yeah, we are at war with that. And it is the cut away from nature or God or whatever where we find our subjectivity and our freedom. So I think the human project is to widen that gap as far as we can get it. So yeah, people who do the grind set, hustle, it's like you just want to turn yourself into a robot.
Look, here's my thing, is most leftists do not talk about the elimination of work. The ones that do, we're going to talk about comrades. That's a comrade to me. That's what it means. Like, if you're not trying to get rid of as much bullshit work and wage labor as possible, then you're not my comrade. Okay?
No, because
so
I'm suspicious of people who want to lean into workerism. And it's like, let's celebrate the virtue of the working man. And it's like,
let's actually negate that symbolic identity, actually.
Right. Like I can honor, look, man, my relationship with my dad is, I think it's complex. But me being an adult now, looking back on him, there was a virtue in his work ethic. And I think a lot of men our age can relate to that. Maybe my dad wasn't the best dad, or maybe my uncle was a drunk piece of shit and I don't know, or whatever. But these male figures in our lives, the ones who just worked all the time, like there is something noble in that. And I think people because they're sacrificing for their family or for their extended family or whatever. But people who want to take advantage of that, and people who want to valorize that and turn that into a new symbolic mandate, for me, no, I want to be free. Don't tell me.
There's better ways to sacrifice. If you have a life where you're able to pursue your passion and then you sacrifice time and invest it in other people, you're still sacrificing, but it's against the backdrop of a life you're affirming. So this is one where you can have your cake and eat it too.
I think so. And I think it can be far more meaningful, this sacrifice, this symbolic exchange, because it's more of you wrapped up in it. It's not, because that show Severance, that I never finished watching.
I need to watch it.
Yeah. But the premise, you have two brains, your brain is split asunder, and you have the at-home persona and the at-work persona. It is true that guys who just turn off their passion and their joy and their dreams or whatever to just grind, work. Like, yeah, I can honor your sacrifice, but that's not you. That's work you.
It leads to
that's the diminished you.
It's spiritlessness.
You're zombifying yourself, or you're being made into a zombie by the dictates of capital, because it's not like we're joyously taking this up. And the leftists who seem to want to joyously take this up and do the workerism, it's like, no, dude. No. Sorry, dude. We have robots. We have robot technology.
Yes. And I'm sorry, if anybody political project does not radically affirm trying to get rid of as many bullshit jobs and as much wage labor to free up our time to free up the ability to pursue a passion, then I'm not with it.
Dude,
And
that like I don't want to be a 21st century Mennonite or Amish guy. I don't. And I can honor and I can respect that and I can respect what they do and how they get down, but motherfucker, we live in the future, dude. I'm not going to go raise a barn.
and the future's only going to keep flooding in. It's not going to stop.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, dude.
get fucking with it. If you want to speak to people, this is how you have to do it. Now, I will say this. When they say all of us want to work less, that's true. That I find that to be the case with people. What I don't find to be the case is that the working class has the political imagination to actually be able to believe this is possible. And then they fight it that, no, that's just, I've had these conversations. I've had them many times. So the average wage laborer will do anything they can to get extra time off, whatever. But if you get them to say, I want a world without work, it's like pulling teeth. And so this is where they're of two minds, to use the severance thing. Like one mind will manipulate and try to wiggle out of work as much as possible. The conscious mind is the one that fights it. And,
Yeah.
It's still wrapped up in some bullshit Protestant work ethic, fucking nonsense. And so, yeah, it's just, the only way you can, and hold on, the only way you can try that I've made any headway is where you start saying, do you have enough time to have, to spend with your kids? No. Then you start doing that. And I'm like, do you want your kids to live in a world where they have no time to spend with their kids? No. So if you start actually using family values, like, and this works with normies. I know that there are certain leftists, just abolish the family. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Like, if you want to do that shit at the level of theory and you're trying to think about different human futures, fine.
Yep.
But if you're trying to talk that kind of shit to your average American working class, you're getting nowhere.
If that's your pitch,
and they will never, if that's your pitch, they will tune you the fuck out and never take you seriously again. So most people want families, and one of the crises we're facing is so many young people don't see that as a viable living prospect for them. And if you want to speak to them, you got to speak to them at what truly matters, and that's it. And this is how you can try to start getting them to realize, we need less work and more time for not only ourselves, but to have deep relationships with the people we matter, and be able, when you're our age now, you better have lifelong friendships built up, because good luck trying to make them in your 40s.
Yep.
Why? Because nobody has any fucking time to hang around and build those kind of bonds. We're all too busy adulting. And we all know it's bullshit. And so, no, adulting just means living
being
soulless
zombified.
lives. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zombieing. So,
I
just want to say, this is why this shit speaks to me more than most political theory, because it's tapped into what matters to me, what I care about, the kind of future I would want to fight for. And that's where I feel a kinship with them.
Yeah. No, I like taking the family structure. It's something that everybody can recognize. And using that as a way to, I don't know, give people an alternate vision of the future. Like, as much as I live in science fiction world, like I do think there is value in utopian views and utopian fantasy. I think I eventually at some point would like to write some utopian fiction, but every time I sit down to write, it's all dystopian shit that just kind of pours out of me. But that, like, I think before you can even get to that level of talking about the future, you have to convince people that there's a different way. And talking about the family is a way to kind of break down that automatic barrier that goes up, because it's an autonomous defense system.
And here's the thing. If you start talking to people and you try to give them concrete, realistic political policies, if you say, look, this shit's not going to appear overnight. We're trying to plan, decades down the road, right? Well, as much as I do, and I don't mean you, Nance. I mean your average wage laborer. You know goddamn well we could go to a 4-day work week and nothing's going to break. Now I will say that every single person I've ever had this they go, well, yeah, we can do that. And I go, okay, now say for 10 years we do the 4-day work week. Nothing breaks. That's the new default. Can we go to 3? And they go, I don't see why not. And I'm like, so you could envision us incrementally rolling it back. And I'm like, let's say we get to 2 days a week. I mean, my whole life would be better. That's where they start to be able. But if you just say, let's end work, they can't envision what life is without work. So what you have to do is roll it back slowly. And there would have to be some sort of institution. Like, okay, can I tell you something about coffee shops? Baristas don't like people like me. Now, I get along really good with baristas, but typically what I mean by that, when I say they don't like people like me, they don't like people who come in, buy a cup of coffee, and then sit for 3 or 4 hours reading, because they want you to keep tipping. They want you to keep, and fair enough. From their perspective, I totally get that. But when I talk to them about it, I say, but you have to understand something. There are no third places anymore. People need places to go that are not their house, to be able to think, read, and libraries aren't it. If you I'm sad to say. And I'm like, the closest thing we have to what I wish we had are coffee shops. Most coffee shops don't even do the trick. You have to find the right coffee shop that's chill, that has comfortable enough seats where you can plug in your laptop. Like, all coffee shops are not created equal when it comes to wanting to study and research at them. And so there needs to be institutions. Like, there needs to be some public, it should just be a space where, first off, it's not based on tips. The barista should. Don't get me started on the tip thing. You mean the customers should pay your employees?
That's the corporation offloading the cost of doing business onto the consumers.
First off, you pay your employees, and then they won't be mad when we sit here. So, point is, though, there needs to be places where you can go and sit and read, and it's not a problem.
I mean, I think we used to have places like that or something akin to that in town squares. I mean, rec centers. Like, being a kid, I was always outside, and we were always at the rec center or just downtown, just running around doing shit, going to the public pool. I don't even know if they have public pools. Like, everything here in Arizona, everything is a housing development with, everything is like a housing complex or whatever, where you have to be a member of the community and pay HOA fines. So there's no public pool. Like, there are no public.
There's no video stores. There's no public pools. There's no fun spots. There's no arcades.
Yeah.
There's there's no bowling alleys. Like, if you find one, it's run down. It's just like the vibe is so fucking depressing. You're like, shit, I'd rather just go home and sit in my hobbit hole than be here. Like, I can't, you talk about back in my day, but I'm sorry, we cannot convey to somebody 20 years old what a popular bowling alley was like in 1989.
Oh, dude. Shit was popping.
This country was one prolonged fucking party, especially on the weekends. And, dude, there's in Independence, Missouri, which is one of the suburbs right outside of KC. Independence, there's this stretch of road, 40 highway. And when I was a teenager, we would call it Cruising Nolan. And on Friday and Saturday nights, damn near, you think every teenager in all of the surrounding suburbs was cruising this stretch of road, and the parking lots would be filled. There'd be 40 cars all in one parking lot, and all teenagers hanging out. And then one block down, more of the same, and then another block down, more of the same. And it was just this sprawling party every weekend. And the vibe of that, I sit there and I go, I'm sorry, that's not a vibe that's present on TikTok. Like, so
No, well, the kids now, like, if they do go out, they go out to turn up, and they go out to hit a lick. They go out to be disruptive, and look, I'm not saying we weren't disruptive, and we weren't assholes, because all fucking teenagers are assholes, but the TikTok, the medium of the internet intensifies the kind of disruptive nature of, and the overwhelming majority of kids aren't going out anyway. The overwhelming majority of kids are staying home watching it happen
and feeling nothing.
And they're just like, okay, whatever, zoop, okay, whatever, zoop. And so the only people who are outside doing shit are the most obstreperous, most egregious,
knuckleheads,
like the worst examples. Yeah. And everyone else just kind of sits back and watches it take place, watches it happen. And
but it's
no,
like
it
Cruising
is
Nolan,
true.
everybody was there. The knuckleheads were there, but so were everybody else.
So was everybody else. And so it wasn't this, like toxic feedback loop.
Exactly.
Where you have guys like Jack Doherty, I think is the guy's name, some TikTok guy who just gets on TikTok and is a public nuisance, and that's what he does. And he gets like millions of people to watch him. And the shit we saw with Raja Jackson and the live streamers who beat that guy to death. Like,
but a lot of this, isn't it symptomatic of the fact they don't have time? And what I mean, they don't have time to lose themselves in passions and activities that truly make life worth living. And so they got nothing but this kind of nihilistic TikTok scroll. And they don't meet real people in real life that they form lifelong bonds with. Sorry, you don't find that on TikTok. And so I'm just saying, like, this media form, it's, almost say it's because people don't have time that this is so enticing. Well, here's something to do. And it takes 10 seconds to watch one of these videos, and
that's why it took off. And I think the people who engineered it were aware of the situation, and they were like, pressure. We are going to capitalize on this situation.
Nick was talking about time pressure, right? In the last quick and dirty introduction to accelerationism. This is a different type of time. His time pressure is things happen so fast, humans don't have the time to engage in reflective deliberation. But this time pressure is the time crunch, where people have no time to lose themselves in meaningful activities. And so instead, you have to just, because that's a terrible situation to be in, here. And it's almost like ideology. The TikTok scroll ideologically obfuscates, covers over, conceals that you have no fucking time.
Yeah, I think the temporality of the medium, I think it's the temporality of ultimately of the commodity form. Like, I think the commodity form is this ultimate emptiness, and so the temporality of that is never actually spending time with it. It's always constantly moving on to the next to cover up the emptiness of the and it's that is what the internet has accomplished, is this temporality where we're never staying still in one spot, but we're never going anywhere. We're just moving on to the next, onto the next, onto the next.
These videos are 30 seconds long, and I sit there and watch them. They don't make it through 30-second videos. They skip to the next one, and they watch a little bit of it, and then they skip it.
I'm guilty of that. I will get on YouTube every once in a while, and I will get on YouTube Shorts. Although I try not to do it, because if you do it once, every time you open YouTube on your phone, it puts shorts above the videos. And I don't want that. I want the videos at the top. So I very rarely do it, but from time to time I will do it. And my shorts algorithm is skateboarding, cars, theory, and then every once in a while something random. But I notice with skateboarding shorts that are, 30 seconds long, I don't make it to the end before I scroll to the next one. And I'm like, oh, he didn't land it. Or I'm like, oh, he probably landed it. But I'm on to the next one before I have a chance to really register what's going on. So yeah, they it's empty time. It's the opposite of durée. Like it's
So we all want to work
just
less. The question is, what kind of politics can mobilize that? Because you can mobilize that, but
yeah.
you can't. I just need to tell the working class what's in their interest, and you're not going to mobilize it that way. It can be tapped into, but some sort of traditional working class politics is not going to do the trick here. And so,
Well, and since we're talking about TikTok and influencer and in the medium, I think a lot of the time these politics, maybe they start out by people really wanting to organize and people really believing they could do something by organizing at this level, but it turns into they become influencers. Oh, look at me. I'm a left progressive influencer and this and that, and I'm going to make the post, and then that itself becomes an entirely new feedback loop of people who aren't going out and engaging in political action. They're sitting back watching their favorite political influencer, and they're just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And the people, they're going to protests and demonstrations and doing all this, but they're doing it for content. They're nothing is actually being achieved. So yeah, I think this folk politics, it doesn't work today. Can't work today. We need to get out ahead of capital on this one.
okay, let me take the third one here. Paragraph 3. Capitalism has begun to constrain the productive forces of technology, or at least direct them towards needlessly narrow ends. Patent wars and idea monopolization are contemporary phenomena that point to both capital's need to move beyond competition and capital's increasingly retrograde approach to technology. The properly accelerative gains of neoliberalism have not led to less work or less stress. Rather than a world of space travel, future shock, and revolutionary technological potential, we exist in a time where the only thing which develops is marginally better consumer gadgetry. Relentless iterations of the same basic product sustain marginal consumer demand at the expense of human acceleration. Now, okay, I try to think, would Nick go, what are you talking about? Especially with the AI boom right now.
Yeah, I think Land would disagree.
He would object to this.
I don't, though. I do agree with this, and I all the LLMs, I think they're just marginally better gadgets. Just like everything else, like your cell phone. Every year there's a new cell phone, but it's the exact same one as before. It just has like it's a little bit better in some weird. Well, and even now the last few years, they're not any better. They just have AI algorithms in the cameras, and that's the only thing that separates them. Yeah, I fully agree with this, but I think Nick would.
I will say this: my MacBook Pro from 2007, nothing now's beating it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the need to continually iterate on the form when there's no actual need to do so. It's just so you can sell a new one. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, and I mean, and Fisher has that great line, about hauntology and lost futures. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but the 21st century is just the 20th century on HD screens.
Yep.
And yeah, they're going to give us 4K TVs and 8K TVs, and I don't know, but and the movies look great. I'll give them that, but
yeah,
it's like, okay, but I see where they're coming from. I also see where Nick could have a rebuttal. So I think I'm I kind of feel a little torn on that one, where I'm like, they're right about the endless iterations of new gadgetry, right? They're right.
Yeah.
But saying that capital isn't doing anything new with tech, I mean, I see what you're saying too. But I mean, LLMs are a new form of technology.
The way they're being used is new.
Deep learning was new. Like, that's not, you know,
Deep learning goes back to the 80s, dude.
really.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hinton wrote the first, like the algorithms they use. He wrote the first one of those algorithms in the 1980s.
So
So the way it's being implemented is new.
like AlphaGo, like, so that the basic
That was
idea
in
of
the
that type.
yeah. What beat Gary Kasparov? IBM.
No, yeah, that was the chess. So there was
Yeah,
the one that beat Kasparov, and then AlphaGo
yeah.
was in that recent. Netflix
So
has a
that's
documentary about it.
with computers. There's this thing called Moore's law, and it's an observation that bears out that every 18 months, computers double in power, basically. And this goes back to the Turing machines. This goes back to vacuum tubes and stuff. And it bears out that every 18 months, computers double in power. Now, there's some people who say we're reaching a hard limit because they're actually down. Now they're down to like 3 nanometers is the scale at which they build the chips and the computers, and you can't really go much further than that. Like, we'd have to have radical advances, and I do think we will have radical advances in machine sciences. I do, and I don't think Moore's law will continue as it has, but I think something like Moore's law will continue. I do think there is like a periodic doubling of computation that we're just it is. So the reason it took from the 1980s to the mid 2000s for these things to bear out is just because they demand tremendous energy and computation. Like and these things are orders of magnitude less powerful than the human brain.
Really, look, if
But
we talk about the transcendental, well, the necessary condition to get the land's future, it's going to, someone, be it capital or a scientist, is going to have to figure out this energy problem, right? Isn't that?
yeah, and I mean I also think, like, while I think it's true that we don't really have anything new or much better, I also think we are on track for radical changes.
An
And
actual threshold
yeah,
crossing.
yeah, because you can look at all these things, and the LLMs, they look impressive, but if you know what's going on, it's really not that impressive. It's impressive the scale of work and time that's gone into it and energy that goes into it, but it's not this new thing that just emerged recently. Like, people have been chipping away at it. But it's also true that things are converging, and I think it's undeniable that we are reaching a point of something radical happening. So to sit here and deny it is also silly, because it's like, no, if you look at the technologies and material sciences and all this stuff, like, it's kind of undeniable that something big is coming.
Well, and that's what Nick's always talking about, these convergent waves. And, his go-to example is T-1000 at the end of Terminator 2, where it's been frozen in carbonite or whatever it is. What is it?
Oh, geez. God, why can't I remember?
It gets frozen, it gets shattered, and then all the tiny little bits unfreeze, and they all start to converge back into the T-1000. And that's Land's thing, is all of these little things, the incremental increases in biotechnology, incremental increases with the LLMs, incremental increases with computation. All of this is on a convergent wave to Robo Cthulhu. And
Yeah.
so we feel that, but yeah, it's I kind of feel both sides of this one. But here's where I think go ahead.
I think both sides are are true.
Yeah.
And I think it's It's like, no, this is all a commodity, and that's why both sides of this are true. And it becomes problematic because if we get this all powerful AI, but it's already inframed, then we're purely fucked. Then we're just paper clips.
And it's not only is it inframed, it inframes.
It's an inframing machine, and it just wants to continue universal information. But
and control.
No, I think both of these are true interpretations of like technology and capitalism.
But here's the thing, where they're going next, this is where I also agree. So here, I got it. We do not want to return to Fordism. There can be no return to Fordism. The capitalist golden era was premised on the production paradigm of the orderly factory environment, where male workers received security and a basic standard of living in return for a lifetime of stultifying boredom and social repression. Such a system relied upon an international hierarchy of colonies, empires, and an underdeveloped periphery, a national hierarchy of racism and sexism, and a rigid family hierarchy of female subjugation. For all the nostalgia many may feel, this regime is both undesirable and practically impossible to return to. So, sorry, Prads.
Yeah, sorry, Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes and all you fucking people who want to return to traditional values and shit. Like, I don't want this bigoted hierarchical system to kind of dominate and dictate what people can and cannot do.
And don't think for a second, I just want to say, because I was defending family values a minute ago, what I was saying is not, oh, let's go back to the 1950s. It's just family value realism with normal normies who are working right now.
We
not
come from families.
Return to this era that they
we come from families. We should have the dignity in our home life and in our family life to be able to see ourselves and our family members as humans and treat them with the respect due to them. But it's not to kind of glorify it and be like, yeah, let's regress.
First off, you can't. You're not going to. Guess what? I love 90s hip hop. It's never coming back. I'm glad I've got it on, I can listen to, but sorry, that eras don't return. And if they return in any way, you're simulating them.
Yeah.
So, no, we don't want Fordism. We don't want to go back to, bring factories back to America. No, thanks. I'm trying to get rid of work, not bring it like, well, if you bring those back, they're better paying, stable jobs. Okay, that shit, I don't think that answers anything.
Let's build factories with robots in them.
Bingo. And then we'll take the UBI. So, and I know every time I defend UBI, not you, but, and I know there's real questions, like there's issues with it, but I know this. All of my concrete economic issues that I deal with would be solved immediately if I had a robust UBI. So whenever anybody tells me, oh, UBI, it keeps us locked in. Yeah, I know it keeps us locked into the capital. I mean, okay. But does it solve most of our yes. So, well, if they give you a good, robust UBI, then inflation will keep up and they won't adjust the UBI. And
dude,
I've heard it all.
Nobody understands what inflation is. So people who try to use inflation as a gotcha when it comes to that, they're fronting because inflation doesn't work the way people claim it does.
Well, here's the thing. I'm struggling with inflation while working. I would rather struggle with inflation while not working. So
that's the thing. Like, can't we solve some of the immediate problems that we're facing? Because I think if we solve some of these immediate problems we're facing, we'll be in a better position to solve long-term problems. Like, this thing is an unfolding process. It's not to sit there and do like the Ezra Klein type shit, like, oh, actually everything's going to be fine. Neoliberalism actually was the right choice to make, and now we're going to live in the world of abundance and everything's going to be fine. It's not to do that. Like, we do want radical change. Not only do we want radical change, we're saying radical change is coming whether we want it or not. And we would like to be better prepared.
Whether anybody likes
Right.
to admit it.
We would like to be better prepared to face the radical change.
That's
rather
why,
than being further immiserated, we want to be more equipped.
Slavoj famously is the one. Okay, maybe the Marxists tried too fast to change the world. Now is the time to think it. Baudrillard also said that.
Yep.
And yeah, that's why I think standing back and trying to theorize is actually more practically useful, because it's trying to reorient ourselves in a situation that every default orientation isn't going to actually fix. So yeah, I don't know, man. I just think when I hear the anti-UBI shit, it's just, but it doesn't overthrow capitalism. Okay. All right. I don't know if anything will overthrow capitalism except capital. Honestly.
Right. That's it. I think capital has to eat itself.
But will UBI make my life better here and now, right now? Yes. So
yeah,
I don't. Will having to work either a lot less or not at all make my life better? Yes. So, and I don't know. I just, Ford is like, oh, like, no thanks. And so, I mean, when they
no
say,
thanks, dude.
Accelerationists want to unleash latent productive forces. In this project, the material platform of neoliberalism does not need to be destroyed. It needs to be repurposed towards common ends. The existing infrastructure is not a capitalist stage to be smashed, but a springboard to launch towards post-capitalism. I don't know if I think like the neoliberal foundation or paradigm will, that is, you read it, their exact words. The material platform of neoliberalism does not need to be destroyed. Are we talking like actual economic policies like austerity, or are they just saying capitalism?
I think they're not so much talking about policies such as austerity. I think they're probably talking about the fact that things have been privatized and there has become like a plurality of centers of control.
Is it a way of saying we don't have to collectivize the means of production? Is that what they're indirectly saying?
I think so. So rather than having, one collective, there would be a pluralism of smaller collected bits. I think that's what they mean. And I don't know. I don't know how I
think that's
feel about that.
So far, to me, that's the most vague paragraph.
Yeah.
Where I'm not exactly sure what they have in mind. I mean, the last sentence is clear. The existing infrastructure is not a capitalist stage to be smashed, but a springboard to launch towards post-capitalism. So use capital against itself.
Yeah. And I think that's just, properly leftist, that's a properly Marxist position. Like, no, we're not going to do it. Like, the machine eats itself. And, I think that's the Marxist point.
Okay.
Yeah, the neoliberal, the platform of neoliberalism, I don't know. I think that means just kind of like the fracturing of, like, the state is diminished under neoliberalism from what it was in the post-war era. Things have been sold off to private corporations and investors, and so thinking about it in this like ultimate political trajectory, I don't know. I mean, you could even think like, would that be the withering away of the state? Like the state just gets partitioned off into smaller and smaller productive units. But then I don't know. Does that tend towards a localism?
And I don't think.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they just mean that capitalism as we know it as an economic system can still be used. I think they want to change things politically while not changing the economy too much right off the bat. But in the sense of, okay, if this economy is already moving towards automation, great. Keep doing that, right?
Right.
I think that's kind of what they're getting. But and then you start saying, okay, well, we think of Reagan ushering in neoliberalism, but wasn't it Nixon who was flirting with the idea of UBI?
Oh, dude, and Barry Goldwater. Like yeah, back Nixon and like they kind of cooked up a lot of these ideas. Reagan, I think, implemented a lot of stuff, and I do think Reagan ushered in neoliberalism. But yeah, I think the project goes back to Nixon very much.
Okay, so then they go on. Given the enslavement of technoscience to capitalist objectives, especially since the late 1970s, Reagan and Thatcher come in.
Yep.
We surely do not yet know what a modern techno-social body can do. Don't know. They're playing off of Spinoza's famous line, we still don't know what a body can do. Who amongst us fully recognizes what untapped potentials await in the technology which has already been developed? Which this is what you were saying yesterday, which is you think we could do a kind of,
I think we could do post scarcity today
right now
if we had the political machinery. Yeah, I think that it virtually exists. It's just a matter of actualizing it.
And so they're going to say our wager, and I think yours and mine, is that the true transformative potentials of much of our technological and scientific research remain unexploited, filled with presently redundant features or pre-adaptations that, following a shift beyond the short-sighted capitalist socialists, can become decisive. We can do all kinds of shit right now that we're not currently doing.
Yeah. Let me at him. Let me at him. It's almost like the potential for all this radical change is there, and capital is like this cop holding the guy back, and like the potential is the real angry guy, like trying to start a fight or whatever, and then capital comes in and stops him and says, no, you shall not pass.
So you mean capital is territorializing somebody?
Yeah, yeah. For its own benefit. Like capital has ups and it has downs. Like it also has to suppress other viable vectors for emancipation or liberation or flight
thing,
or whatever.
They can make light bulbs that last 50 fucking years.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Planned obsolescence. All that shit.
Exactly. And so is that, I mean, look, that's limited in scope. I understand, but at the end of the day, it does support what they're saying here, which is to say there's all kinds of tech we could have, but it doesn't lend itself to capital accumulation. So
that's it.
It's put
that's
on,
it.
Yeah, exactly. Paragraph 7. You want to take this one?
Yep. We want to accelerate the process of technological evolution. But what we are arguing for is not techno-utopianism. Never believe that technology will be sufficient to save us. Necessary, yes, but never sufficient without socio-political action. Technology and the social are intimately bound up with one another, and changes in either potentiate and reinforce changes in the other. Whereas the techno-utopians argue for acceleration on the basis that it will automatically overcome social conflict, Our position is that technology should be accelerated precisely because it is needed in order to win social conflicts.
And I think, I mean, let me know what you think. I mean, I feel like what they're saying is let's actually treat technology as tools to build a human world and not, you could say that the techno utopians, in a sense, still are ruled by technology because they're giving it the agentic position.
Yes. Yes. And you know, the Kurzweilian view of we just have to solve this one problem, this one technological problem,
And the
and then we
singularity will do the rest.
Yeah, I think that falls short. I also think there's guys like this billionaire guy Brian Johnson, the guy that wants to live forever, and he like does blood transfusions with his son. And he does all kinds of weird shit, and he's like starting a cult. It's fucking crazy. But I've listened to the guy talk, and he is very much this utopian guy. The effective altruist movement. And I think most of the guys that started the effective altruist movement got caught up in like crypto scams and fraud and like went to prison and shit like that.
And then in some sense that inspired EAC, effective
acceleration. Guys like Beth Bezos. Beth Bezos is like the leader of the effective accelerationist movement. And he, I don't know, like I've listened to him talk, and I've read some of what he's wrote.
I know the dude's name. It's Andreessen.
Mark Andreessen.
Yeah.
They like, I've read Beth Bezos, and I've listened to Beth Bezos, and I've listened to Mark Andreessen, and it's so fucking facile, and it's retarded. It's like, but you guys don't think the human at all. You don't think subjectivity. You don't think social problems at all. Like, you just think singularity, solve all our problems. And you ask, and it's just so empty.
And
so
they
meaningless.
don't understand that we are beings that get enjoyment from giving ourselves too much trouble. And we want obstacles. But the point is, we want to have the spontaneous type of freedom to unconsciously select our own obstacles and not have obstacles structurally put in our way that just ruin our fucking lives. And again, I've told you, I think if Lacanian psychoanalysis has one deficit, one lack, is that it itself doesn't have a proper concept of pain. Not every pain is jouissance. Sorry.
Right.
And Freud made that distinction between pleasure and displeasure. And so it's there in the concept of the pleasure principle, but I'm sorry. I get if you're dealing with a speaking subject in the clinical setting, jouissance is what's most important, but I think it doesn't take into account just straight up displeasure, straight up pain in a person's life.
Yeah.
And things that if they were free, sorry, like the trouble that I give myself from doing theory, that's the trouble I give myself, I affirm. Wage labor gives me trouble, and I don't affirm it. And if I could get it out of my life, I wouldn't just spontaneously find myself back in, no, let me out. And so that's where they don't, I've never seen them properly think that difference.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, you know, I have notes written on this. I should probably just put out at some point, you know, like a Lacanian concept of pain. But
I think it's funny. The clinic can't properly make this distinction because the clinic itself runs on this kind of like super egoic mandate of you will come and you will be the good speaking subject and you will do the transference properly and all. So I think that won't come out of the clinic. That'll have to come out of theory. And I think the reason why is super ego, like
I'm sorry, not every trauma,
analysis itself.
I'm not buying, and again, they could go, you're not a clinician, so shut up. Okay, fair enough. But
cool.
I'm not buying that every trauma is a source of jouissance, that every like because they always want to connect drive and trauma and jouissance and this circuit. And I'm just sitting here going, there are things people have to have in their lives because they have no other choice that they would all too happily jettison out of their fucking lives if they could.
Yep.
And
Yep.
sorry, cobalt mining is not
Yep.
a source of jouissance. The mall is a source of jouissance. Like,
But you mean to tell me that the fancy guys can't sit up there and smoke their fancy little cigarettes and wear their fancy little fucking crushed velvet suits and tell us they know and they're right and we're wrong and we don't know? That's the thing. Like it's so like the clinic is so disconnected from the actual real world that like these are things that have to be thought from
I will
the
say,
theory
like, I
perspective.
met when we were at the LAC conference, I met a clinician
Yes.
who I had a great conversation with, and I still would like to interview him sometime. Ethan,
Yeah.
he told me, he was like, you wouldn't believe how many people come to therapy whose number one issue is just economic, and they don't really
Yeah.
need to be in therapy. All their depression, all of their they're not like like an actual psychotic subject needs to be in therapy.
Yeah.
There are people with certain neuroses that truly need to be in therapy. Most people who are in therapy who are depressed or anxious, it has everything to do with the economy. And I'm like, that's what we need. I need a Marxist psychoanalysts who get that the big problem is work.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, shout out Mark Fisher. Like capitalism is making us all.
Yes.
But no, I used to be a clinician. I used to do cognitive behavioral therapy with at-risk and troubled teens. And when I like doing that, like trying to justify basically putting these kids back together with like duct tape and shoestrings, like patching them back up and brainwashing them so they could go out and be producer consumers and like function at a high enough level where they didn't get thrown back in jail. Like that is the job of therapism. That is the job of therapy. So yeah, I do. I think probably get a little hyperbolic
Are they
when talking
functional
about
enough to work a job? And if that's your fucking measure,
and that's why therapism blew up and got so popular.
yeah, and it's that if that's the measure, then therapy isn't therapeutic.
Right.
Not really.
And I just don't. I think like analysts, I do see an analyst as different than just a standard therapist, like a standard
Sure,
counselor or psychologist or whatever. But also, yeah, to have a clinician actually say like, most of the people coming to see me, it's just economic.
You
like
know what
that's
he said?
pretty crazy, dude.
He said, in fact, like I wish the money situation could be solved because it would allow me to actually devote my time to the people who truly need clinical help and not people whose lives suck because they don't have enough money.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, but it was so fucking refreshing. And I'm like, but see, he's also steeped in Lacanian theory. And which if steeped in that, you're steeped in a broader context and you're not just going to do the typical psychiatric therapismist type of, So, okay, hold on.
All right.
Let's see. You want to do 8?
We believe that any post-capitalism will require post-capitalist planning. The faith placed in the idea that, after a revolution, the people will spontaneously constitute a novel socioeconomic system that isn't simply a return to capitalism is naive at best and ignorant at worst. To further this, we must develop both a cognitive map of the existing system and a speculative image of the future economic system.
This is where Žižek says, I want to see V for Vendetta Part 2.
Yeah.
Right. Show me what happens the day after the big revolutionary moment. It always cuts off there. What happens the next day that people now have to live, start to go back to an ordinary life? What's the new everyday routine? They never depict it. And what they're saying is we got to traffic with the future. This is, you were talking about doing like utopian, fiction. Part of it is like, no, this is like, I'm interpolating you. You need to write stuff that's an attempt to depict the everyday routine of people that have been freed up from wage labor. Like, and because there's not enough depictions of what the new routine, the new everydayness will actually be.
Yeah. I think it's I do think Star Trek is an attempt. So Gene Roddenberry was a complicated man. And I don't want to like beatify Gene Roddenberry, but I will say like, no, I think Star Trek was a genuine attempt at radical imagination. I really do. And I think there are other, and I think they're probably few and far between, but there are projects that are at least attempting radical imagination. I think it's indicative of, I don't know, our relationship to capital, that it's just so much easier to imagine dystopia, or, to imagine a future where there's always a monster under the bed, or things are a little bit uncanny and things just aren't right. But yeah, I think we have to try to project ourselves beyond that horizon. Just, Ursula Le Guin and was it Fredrickson? It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capital. Ursula Le Guin, the divine right of kings, blah blah blah. Like it is true. I think we should imagine the day after the revolution, because if not, it just becomes this kind of phantasmatic organizing principle.
No, it's like,
oh, I'm a revolutionary. Like, no, I want to live in the human future.
We want the movie called The Day After. I think there's already called that, but you want the day after.
Yeah.
In a new, like, tech-oriented post-work dynamic. And no, it's like, okay, first off, I don't know, like, the revolutionary moment, like V for Vendetta, it literally takes place one night. Okay, I don't know if that's realistic, but you could work with that and just, okay, so the next morning, it's like the show starts, or the story starts at dawn or whatever, and it's like, okay, now what? And
yeah,
it is a depiction of trying to organize the new world. And yeah, it's like, what necessities are there if an automated infrastructure is already in place? Like, what's the push?
Free beer. It's always free beer tomorrow, right?
Well, a lot of people start with that and they'll be happy.
Yeah, dude.
So,
I want free cannabis. Don't give me no beer. All right.
What about
paragraph 9.
free amphetamine? Never mind.
Yeah, dude. That would, if that was on the table, if that was on the table in the 90s, in the early 2000s, the CCRU probably would have achieved revolution if that was their organizing principle. Free meth. Okay, let's do it.
I'll
Paragraph
take this one.
9.
Yeah.
All right.
To do so, the left must take advantage of every technological and scientific advance made possible by capitalist society. We declare that quantification is not an evil to be eliminated, but a tool to be used in the most effective manner possible. Economic modeling is, simply put, a necessity for making intelligible a complex world. The 2008 financial crisis reveals the risks of blindly accepting mathematical models on faith. Yet this is a problem of illegitimate authority, not of mathematics itself. The tools to be found in social network analysis, agent-based modeling, big data analytics, and non-equilibrium economic models are necessary cognitive mediators for understanding complex systems like the modern economy. The accelerationist left must become literate in these technical fields. Now, I have strong ambivalence on this one, and I think I can ultimately agree with them, but I got some big qualifications on this one. So before I go, why don't, because we're going to be on the same page on this, why don't you let loose?
While I think, yes, we do need left-minded folks who are steeped in the maths and the hard sciences. And I like it. There's a gulf that kind of separates humanities bros and hard science bros, and there are people who kind of cross over. But no, we need to be not only literate but proficient in these technical fields. So I agree with that, but quantification is not an evil to be eliminated. I think that statement right there raises red flags. I don't think you have to lean into quantification to understand it and be competent and be proficient in its use. So I do think coming down to kind of quality and quantity, we're on the side of quality.
Yes.
I don't think we need to turn ourselves into quantity heads in order to be able to use these tools.
Here's what I would say. My take on it is this. I have no problem with numbers. Like, I have no problem with
Right.
mathematics. Of course not. My
6, 7.
problem is the primary value system that organizes our world, one oriented towards quantity or one oriented towards quality. That's where what it boils down to for me. And so, long live numbers and long live mathematics, so long as we're using them to better understand and explore the world for human purposes. Now, we talking like this, we know, I mean, we've done the numogram thing. We know the place that number has for Nick, and it's an odd thing. Like, I get from like the Kabbalistic approach does something with number that is totally different. It's like bringing in a whole other dimension to this. But Nick would not want to do this. But if we bracket out the Kabbalah thing, and we just view it in terms of, do we want humans to have to constantly orient ourselves towards what numbers on screens are dictating, and towards profit margins, which are quantities, all this we say no. And that what capitalism is a quantity machine. It is exchange value is quantity based, which is the primary form of value of the commodity. So the commodity is quantity oriented. Markets are quantity oriented. Spreadsheets, profit margins, everything with the capitalist economy, quantity oriented. And what defined those old worlds, any of them, China, Babylon, Greece, Rome, is that they had qualitative symbolic systems. They had qualitative values, said this is what we value, and numbers not going to come in here and destroy, and like it's not going to, the numbers are not going to be termites to our systems of value. And that's what capitalism has done. It unleashed number, and they eat up This is why, I mean, you start to see why would anybody ever associate numbers with demons? That seems so
Yeah.
completely, but when you start to think it through, there's a way. What do demons do? Even just in the pop culture depictions of, they completely destabilize a human world. I don't care if it's paranormal activity. I don't care. And people can say, well, these are the most heinous representations of spiritual entities. Okay. If you have a spiritual entity in your life and it's not an angel, and I could have, I don't know. It's just interesting, the pop culture depiction. What does the angel in It's a Wonderful Life do? It actually functions to restabilize his life, right? What are the demons in Exorcist? They completely destroy the basic functioning of the human life, right? And so this is where you get into the thing. Well, unleashing number completely destabilized traditional human value systems, symbolic order. And so in that sense, it's not too much of a leap to start associating them with the demonic. I mean, I guess a strict mathematician would go, yes, it is. But
Well,
but
I mean,
there's
I don't
also a
know. There
long
have been,
occult traditions that associate numbers with demons.
yeah. No, I think this is it. Like it's pure syntax. There's no semantic. Like it's pure form. There's no meaning. It's just quantity. It's just counting. Uh, I think this is what modernity has become. I think this is what capital is. I think this is what acceleration is. It's just quantity, quantity, quantity. Talking about China, like in we read Anna's essay, what cultivating AI ethics.
Uh,
Um,
Cultivating Intelligence, AI Ethics,
cultivating
and
intelligence. Yep.
Mo Zongsan.
Mo Zongsan. So like we were talking about, oh, China does seem to be a little bit of a different. They seem to have a little bit of a different relationship to capital. They have different values. They have qualitative values. The government steps in and regulates capital because the government is running the show. And so they say, no, this is negatively impacting the quality of our country. Here in America, we're run by capital. It's just like, no, if is whatever positively impacts the quantity, because that is our kind of like defining value, quantity, quantity, quantity. So yeah, I do want to push back against quantification, but on that like theoretical basis. It's not to say, oh, we can't, like, no, we need to get our hands dirty and learn how computer works because the world is becoming computer.
No, and I totally agree. I am all for using numbers in the way that they're talking about, which is as tools and to be proficient at using them to, write code and, plan and blah, 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 and using them in scientific ways. Absolutely. It is placing them at the center of value. That is the
Yep.
problem. And so, okay. Hey, Nick, if you are watching this, which I imagine you would not get this far into this, but if you are, uh, earmuff it. Because
Earmuffs.
I'm going to read some Hegel.
Yeah.
And because I think we just learned about this quote from the Science of Logic. Shout out to Dimitri for sending this to
Yep.
me. Fantastic quote. Let me read this. Hegel says, as for any supposed use that number and calculation might have for basic pedagogical formation, it follows by itself from what has been said so far. Okay, what has been said so far is Hegel, writing out what he thinks about quantity. Okay, but he's saying, okay, as far as number mathematics calculation thinking, what role do they have in the education of young human beings, right? What is the pedagogical role they have? He says, number is not an object of the senses, and to be occupied with number and numerical combinations is not the business of the senses. Such an occupation, therefore, encourages spirit, human subjectivity, to engage in reflection and the inner work of abstraction. And this is of great, though one-sided, importance. So it's kind of like siding with them in a sense. Numbers, calculation, this gives us something essential, right? But there's problems that come with this, especially if you're going to try to make an education based primarily around mathematics or applied mathematics and not the humanities. So in a sense, we can we extend this to STEM? Yes, probably. So one thing when he says that mathematics doesn't deal with sensory data, that one way to interpret that is it's not dealing with the direct world that we're all living and breathing in. You have to kick into this calculative, abstract, to use a Heideggerian term, de-worlded mode of thinking, right? And again, not necessarily a bad thing, but be careful. So Hegel goes on to say, for, on the other hand, since the basis of number is only an external, thoughtless difference, the occupation proceeds without a concept, mechanically. And what he means is a number, yeah, of course, we have the concept of the number 3, the concept of the number 7. But for him, he's saying those concepts are not concepts in the rich sense of the word, the concept of the human, the concept of a dog, the concept of a tree, right? These are living concepts because they're connected to real entities and they're in a dialectical relationship, which is to say you're struggling between the thing and the concept. There's real living significance to this. And he's saying that the concept of a dog, the concept of the human, the concept of freedom has robust, rich meaning that's worked out historically over generations. And concept of 3 is just the concept of 3. Okay. So for him, the other thing is to have a concept of a dog, you have to have, it's part of the sensory world and you have to have experience with it. There's a collective sense of what dog means to human beings that is rooted in meaningful relationships with dogs. And for him, numbers are just, when he says the basis of number is only an external thoughtless difference, it's like the pure Saussurean thing, which is to say, a number is just its differences between itself and other numbers. Like that's all there is to it. Now, again, occultists would give significance to the number 3. Nick thinks 333 is this, it's a huge, big deal for him as a number. Whereas most people, when they think of numbers, they're going to just agree with Hegel. That numbers don't have any intrinsic rich meaning to them. If you get into numerology and you get into the occult, then they start to take on meaning. But Hegel obviously is not coming at it from that perspective. So he says, the effort consists above all in holding on to something non-conceptual and in combining it non-conceptually. So again, for him, the concept is this dialectical relationship between an idea, a concept, as we take it, and the thing. And yes, they're intertwined. Doesn't mean it's idealism in the sense that it only exists in our heads. It means that there's a living, breathing, mutually constitutive play and struggle between the thing and its concept. And that's just not there with numbers for him. Because again, like every number is self-generated through its relations to other numbers. There's no, it's just a structural byproduct of its relations to, it's differential relations in the Saussurean sense. So he says, when it comes to the number, the content is the empty one. Now, every single number is 1, right? 7 is one number. 8 is one number. And you can say it's not, you can say, well, 8 is a different content than 7. Sure. But what he's trying to say, there's no rich content of 7 itself, independent of its relationship to 8, independent of its relationship to 27. Like, it's all auto-generated through this differential system. And so in that sense, 7 is just one number, 8 is just one number, and that's what it boils down to. They're each just one number, and one number is pretty devoid of meaning, right? So, so the solid nourishment of moral and spiritual life in its individual shapes, on which, as the noblest ailment, education should nurture the young. Did I get that right? Hold on. I think this, and it's alignment. I think the word got messed up. Let me paraphrase here because I think the actual quote got messed up. I'll say this. He's saying that the humanity, basically, morality, spirituality, these are the basis that should be informing someone's education as a young human being, not number, not. And so the things you learn in the philosophy, ethics, political science, aesthetics, all of this kind of stuff actually should be the heart of an education and not number. Is your copy of the, I guess you only have the one I sent. Hold on.
Yeah.
I hate that I'm butchering. Guys,
I could pull up
happens.
the
I think I have
PDF, but
I think that's not right. No? Okay. Not. Anyway, education should nurture the young spirit. So let's go back. So the solid nourishment of moral and spiritual life in its individual shapes, on which, as the noblest aliment, education should nurture the young spirit, is to be ousted by this one, which is void of content. He's saying if you center an education around mathematics, you're going to oust moral education, spiritual education, traditional education, human education. Is honestly what he's getting at here. When those exercises are made, being mathematical calculation, when those exercises are made the main subject and the main occupation, the only possible outcome must be to dull the spirit and to empty it of both form content. Like, he acts like this just corrodes the human both in form and content. Like, you're destroying just even the very form of collective human spirit by, and again, sounds like it's got a demonic power to it.
Mm-hmm.
So since calculation is so much of an external and therefore mechanical business, it has been possible to manufacture machines that perform arithmetical operations with complete accuracy. It is enough to know this fact alone about the nature of calculation to decide on the merit of the idea of making it the main instrument of the education of spirit, of stretching spirit on the rack in order to perfect it as a machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, quantity-oriented value turns us into machine and not human spirit.
Well, and I think
So,
that's,
yeah.
I think that's what we see with guys like Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and all these guys who, yeah, they've been educated. They went to universities and they came up in rich families and they had everything a growing boy could need. But they're fucking freaks because they've been hyper educated in this world of quantity. And so they think they are God kings. They think they are like, I am the smartest man and I am the best philosopher, and all the little fanboys on the internet that love these guys call them philosophers and talk about how intelligent they are and this and that. And yeah, I think it's true. They are really good at certain types of instrumental reason and instrumental tasks, but they're destroying the fucking planet and killing billions of human beings in service of the almighty number.
The almighty dollar, which is an almighty
Yeah.
number.
Yeah, what is the dollar? What is exchange value if not just pure quantity in an attempt to make the entire world commensurate with everything else? Like everything is exchangeable and nothing has any meaning. Everything has been abstracted away from what it actually is, and it represents an empty one. So I can this and this and this, and these are all just empty ones that I can trade to you. Look, Mikey, I have 3 ones. I'm going to give you 3 ones. Now you give me the thing in exchange. Like, that is the world that we live in.
Okay, you know what? The greatest gift you ever gave me, though, and the one that means the most to me, is the Twin Peaks box set. And it's not just a one. It's a singularity, but it's not a one. It's a singularity because your presence permeates it. It's not like the other movies that I've just bought because I felt like it. It's a gift. It's a symbolic gift. And yes, this is where we're Baudrillardian. And your presence is contained in it, and it makes it a singular object, not a one.
Yeah.
It's singular in quality. The one he's talking about is the commodity. It's just one commodity. Sure, it has a specific price, but it's just another commodity.
To make that explicit at the level of quantity in exchange, like if you were to sell that box set, you would get less because it's used and it's ripped and torn and bent and
but the point is it's priceless.
That's
It's
for everything
real
else,
value,
there's MasterCard.
Its real value transcends exchange value.
Yeah.
And so
right.
That's where, to bring it back to Srnicek and Williams, this is where we're saying, yeah, because Hegel's he's not saying outlaw mathematics. Not at all. He's saying use it as a tool. And when they're saying use it as a tool, we're saying yes. What we're also wanting to, you guys might not be fully tapped in to how quantity is the default value, and that does need to change.
Yeah. Well, I think it's ultimate. It is ultimately nihilistic. The number is a nihilistic language. Like mathematics are a nihilistic language, whereas like human language, it's tied up with meaning and you can't get away from the meaning. Whereas the language that is mathematics, it's in it out of necessity, because you can't, when you're trying to make things commensurate, you can't say, oh, that's Stephen. That goat there is Stephen, and that goat is Bethany. And Stephen's real special to me, and I don't really care about Bethany. So, like, when you have to exchange things, that's where numbers came from. Way back in the good old days of cavemen, like we needed counting systems to account for utility and necessity and types of exchange.
Look, this friction, this antagonism between quality and quantity at the level of value is precisely formalized by Marx in his 2 different formulas of circulation. C to M to C. Commodity, exchange for money, in exchange for another commodity. For him, quality is running that. Yes, there's money as a quantitative medium for you to possess another quality. It's a go-between. But when it becomes the circuit of capital, it's MCM prime, which is to say it's money invested in a commodity, a quality, just for the sake of getting a greater quantity. And so this is a battle between these 2 circuits that Marx was dealing with. And the MCM prime circuit, which is the heart of capitalism, is nihilistic. Land is quick and dirty. He was very clear to identify capitalism with nihilism, but even earlier in Meltdown, he says capital is an automatizing nihilist vortex.
Yeah.
So why? Because quantity oriented value.
He also talks about in Quornomics that they also talk about this kind of tension between language and number, or quantity and value, when they talk about like the evolution of typing and how like the alphabet used to be this thing that went A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and now the overwhelming majority of people recognize the QWERTY layout of a keyboard as the alphabet. And it's even difficult, like on my phone, every once in a while I'll come across an app or an interface where it has an alphabetical layout rather than a QWERTY layout. And it's hard to type in an alphabetical layout, but in a QWERTY layout, bust that shit out. So yeah, I think Nick has thought a lot about number and meaning and form and content and stuff. And I think we're on the side of letter,
We're
not number.
We're Hegelians.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick. Because again, when you bring in the Landian, Lemurian, I mean, yes, it gets weird with numbers and what he sees in them. Yes, but on this everyday lived phenomenological experience, it's when you're living in a world where decisions, things need to be done for humans, but they can't because there's quantitative barriers. Again,
Yeah.
I mean, David Harvey in his 17 Contradictions of Capitalism. So we have all these empty houses, their use values, their qualities made to meet human needs, and we can't get them because there's a paywall. And so quantity is this barrier between humans who need houses and houses that need humans. Qualities that need qualities can't get because quantity says no.
Yeah.
So
I think that's I don't know. When Nick and Alex here say we declare that quantification is not an evil to be eliminated, but a tool to be used. I just think we need to be explicit. We need to highlight, but a tool to be used in the most effective manner possible. And what is that most effective manner possible? Well, it's to increase our quality. It's not to increase the quantity. And that's the way capital uses quantification.
And
it's
they might agree with us here, I think.
I think they probably would. I don't think it's emphasized for them. I don't think it's really a point that they're really keen on, because I think we're thinking very different. Yeah. But yeah, we agree. We have to understand computer. The world is becoming computer. We can't get left behind reading and typing, reading dusty old books and typing on our typewriters, even though I love my typewriter. But we can't LARP and pretend that we're 150 years ago. We have to cope with the world around us.
Paragraph 10.
Any transformation of society must involve economic and social experimentation. The Chilean project Cybersyn is emblematic of this experimental attitude, fusing advanced cybernetic technologies with sophisticated economic modeling and a democratic platform instantiated in the technological infrastructure itself. Similar experiments were conducted in the 1950s and the 60s, Soviet economics as well, employing cybernetics and linear programming in an attempt to overcome the new problems faced by the first communist economy. That both of these were ultimately unsuccessful can be traced to the political and technological constraints these early cyberneticians operated under.
I think the point here is just very simple. Still need technology. We still need cybernetics. Soviet Union tried to do it. It didn't have enough tech at the time to truly cybernetically plan an automated economy. Doesn't
Yep.
mean that we can't do it with our new tech. And so
I just
fail again,
look at
fail better.
Amazon. Look at Amazon. Like if Amazon was owned by a bunch of radical Marxists, we would have our utopian future. Like Amazon is this global machine that can get you what you want virtually on demand, overnight, almost anywhere. You can get almost anything you could possibly imagine. Like we have the tools and the technology. We just there's not the political machinery is keeping us locked out of that.
Okay. Let's do the next one. The left must develop social technical hegemony, both in the spheres of ideas and in the sphere of material platform. Platforms are the infrastructure of global society. They establish the basic parameters of what is possible, both behaviorally and ideologically. In this sense, they embody the material transcendental of society. They are what make possible particular sets of actions, relationships, and powers. While much of the current global platform is biased towards capitalist social relations, this is not an inevitable necessity. These material platforms of production, finance, logistics, consumption can and will be reprogrammed and reformatted towards post-capitalist ends.
I think that's just saying
Make
let's
Amazon
seize Amazon basically. And hey man, I'm all for it. You won't catch me there, but I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Go for it.
I say, okay. I think these last two have just been clear, so I don't feel like I
Yeah.
have much to add to these. You want to
Yeah.
take 12?
We do not believe that direct action is sufficient to achieve any of this. The habitual tactics of marching, holding signs, and establishing temporary autonomous zones risk becoming comforting substitutes for effective success. Hello, Debord. At least we have done something, is the rallying cry of those who privilege self-esteem rather than effective action. The only criterion of a good tactic is whether it enables significant success or not. We must be done with fetishizing particular modes of action. Hello, crusty anarchists. Politics must be treated as a set of dynamic systems, riven with conflict, adaptations and counter-adaptations, and strategic arms races. This means that each individual type of political action becomes blunted and ineffective over time as the other sides adapt. No given mode of political action is historically inviolable. Indeed, over time, there is an increasing need to discard familiar tactics as the forces and entities they are marshaled against learn to defend and counterattack them effectively. It is in part the contemporary left's inability to do so which lies close to the heart of the contemporary malaise.
I agree. So
Yeah.
I don't think direct action, local folk politics are going to get us where we're trying to go.
Yeah.
I just view it as a kind of, at this point, it's super egoic jouissance, it's inherent transgression, it's a zone of enjoyment that just facilitates the reproduction of the system while
Yep.
claiming it's challenging the system. I know
Yep.
that pisses people off. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I don't see any reason to have any faith that this is how we're going to usher in the future.
I think that direct action can be an ingredient in the complex soup that we cook up to to bring about the future. But there are people who think these things in isolation are the answer, and they think if you're doing anything other than this, if you're doing anything other than agitating or organizing or demonstrating or whatever, like you're wrong. It's like no, you're the one who's wrong, dude. Like you can do that, and you might have a part to play. You might have a role to play.
I like that.
But we have to have we have to be in flux. Capital is always in flux. Capital is always coming along and picking up the little shit we leave behind us. Like, we have to try to outsmart capital.
I'm fine. I mean, if something is picking up steam, sure. Like this idea that somehow, the street politics is going to play a role. Okay, that's one thing. What they're saying is street politics alone is not going to do it. And so they're saying you're going to have a strong theory.
Yep.
You're going to have to engage in real politics, institutional politics.
Yep.
And
and you're going to have to do stuff that hasn't been imagined yet. Like, they're keen on experimentation. They're like, we need to be forward looking,
you're going to have a presence on social media. That's part of it now too.
Yeah. Try new things.
I mean, this social media politics of memeing, I'm not saying, memeing or hyperstitional praxis isn't going to do it itself either, but will it have a role to play in something? I think so. So if it's this idea of there has to be this constellation, then that starts to resonate with me. But so far, like, street politics is usually anti-Democrats. Even if they will vote for Democrats, there's this divide, and everybody knows that they're not really on the same side. They just both agree that the right is worse than each other. And so, but it's not like a unified front. Nobody has felt a unified front between street politics and institutional democratic politics. Like, it's just.
Well, I think it's even gotten to the point where the institutional Democrats or the Liberal Party or the Progressive Party, whatever, the Democrats, in many cases, they would prefer the conservatives. They would prefer to work with Republicans than they would to work with the radical leftists, because the radical left is so dangerous.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be a complex thing, and we have to experiment. We have to try new things. We have to theorize. I just on memes. I have big thoughts on memes. And I actually think memes are a vector of deworlding. And I think memes are nihilistic. I think memes will never get us anywhere.
Okay, maybe not memes, but whatever this organized accelerationist politic would be, it's going to have some sort of presence on social media.
Well, and I think it would be people on the internet talking about stuff and saying, hey, this is why the difference between quantity and quality matters. Like, I think we are a vision of what that presence could look like on the internet, rather than just a bunch of shitheads in a Discord server making memes about Stalin. And I fucking hate
But the
memes.
messaging, I get you, but here's the thing. The messaging is, this is going to be what? A 5-hour video on a 12 or 13 page essay. So, the ones who are here for this are few and far between. And we're not going to be, but I get what you're saying though, which is, a 5-hour exegetical is not going to be the default media form of the messaging, but
this will be metabolized into conversations that people have. This is going to pop up and resurface in shorter conversations that we have with other people and people listening. Like, it's not to say that this is the finished product. The finished product is what comes after this. But I think we
did this so you guys don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Which Jay-Z famously, in one of the songs where he's talking about having sold drugs in the past, he said, like, I told you to sell drugs. No, Hove did that, so hopefully you won't have to go through that. Well, we spent 5 hours on the Accelerationist Manifesto, so hopefully you don't have to go through that.
I just started watching that Puffy documentary, by the way.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I binge watched all of it in one. I was so plugged in to all of
Yeah.
that. You know, 90s hip hop is, out of all the stuff in life that I love, 90s hip hop is right at the top. And so as a teenager, I was living that shit so much. And you know,
I was
look, I've
really
known for a
in-
long time Diddy was responsible for Pac. Let's put it like that, right?
Oh yeah.
I've known
Oh,
for a
yeah.
long time. Keefy D admitted it when he's in that, I think it's DJ Vlad interview. So that was, but to see it now, like I'm glad, like the world knows that he's responsible for that. And
Yeah.
if anything comes out of that documentary, I'm glad the world now. Like so many people have been coming up to me the last week going, "Did you know?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've known for years."
Yeah.
So did Eminem, right?
Yeah.
Like
I watched the first episode and it's like, okay, this is actually really good. And it is validating because I've always hated Puffy. I was really tapped into underground hip hop. And there were some mainstream artists that I liked a lot. And it was very much the world I lived in. But I was always already like, man, fuck Puffy, he's a bitch. And fuck all those dudes. Those dudes are trash. Because there was this real tension between underground hip hop and like the mainstream shit. The mainstream shit all had this like gangsta aesthetic. But I don't know, like I love Wu-Tang. I got to admit, Tupac and Biggie both had some fucking songs that you just have to love.
So, I mean, I love Pac so much, you know, in the night, and I love Big, but all of them, like, I guess I like more what we think of now as mainstream back then. But I mean, Bone Thugs and Harmony just is my entire teenage
Yeah.
life. But I had a lot of favorites that were lesser known, like Twista, Brother Lynch Hung, Young
That's the
Bleed.
thing. Like the divide, it's not underground and mainstream. It's like conscious hip hop, or what gets called conscious hip hop now, but back then it wasn't. It was people who were like, I want to make hip hop, but I'm not with this gangster rap shit. The gangster rap shit, even though, shout out Tukov, you're probably dead now, but he was one of my homies who was trying to come up in the game. But like that tension, like there was a type of hip hop that it's now called conscious hip hop or whatever. People played with backpack rap, which was bullshit. But the guys like Puff Daddy,
Oh yeah,
it was like, fuck Puffy, dude. Puffy's a bitch. So
we
it's,
were saying that back, like, dude, get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here. And so, look, I mean, the fact, like, Eminem's always taken jabs at Puff
Yeah.
because he knows what he did. And like, so was it a year ago, 2 years ago, where that song Fuel is one of M's best in a while. And what did he say on it? I mean, the wordplay here is insane. He goes, like a R-A-P-E-R, I got so many S-A's. Wait, he didn't just spell the word rapper and leave out a P, did he? R.I.P. Rest in peace, Biggie and Pac. Both of y'all should be living. But I ain't trying to beef with him because he might put a hit on me like Keefy D. Get him. But that's the only way you're going to be killing me. It ain't going to be on no beat, silly. I beat the beat, silly. Like, but when I heard that line, like, wait,
Yeah, dude.
he didn't just spell the word rapper and leave out a P, did he? R.I.P. Rest
Yeah.
in peace. Like, so he's saying it right there. Like, this dude's
Yeah.
ultimately responsible for both the death of Big and Pac.
Yep.
But I don't want to beef with him because he might put a hit on me like Keefy D. Get him. Like, and Keefy D's the guy who was the actual shooter of Pac.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, that was a fun detour. Like I say, what's
Yeah,
a
dude.
discussion of Accelerationist Manifesto without a little 90s hip hop sprinkled
Yeah.
in? But okay, let's
Yeah.
get back to it. Okay, so 13. The overwhelming privileging of democracy as process needs to be left behind. The fetishization of openness, horizontality, and inclusion of much of today's radical left set the stage for ineffectiveness. Secrecy, verticality, and exclusion all have their place as well in effective political action, though not, of course, an exhaustive one. I feel like that's where we lose a lot of people on the left, and
Yeah.
maybe this is where I just go, yeah, I think they're right.
Yeah.
I think if you're actually fighting these battles, you're going to get your hands dirty, and you're going to have to assign certain people to do certain shit. And maybe like somebody could go, you're alluding to something bad. No, I'm just saying shit's done that you're going to want to disavow publicly.
Yep.
And this idea that, because I feel like the model of transparency is every single thing must be something that we can affirm in the transparency of public light. And my thing is, and I'm speaking as a Žižekian here, sorry, every social organization, social space is going to have some form of icky inherent transgression that makes it function. And that's because human beings are oriented towards jouissance. And I just feel like this is more of like, I'm not saying it's good that I want to celebrate it. I just feel like it's a very realistic, grounded position to hold.
It's the heterogeneous, or it's the inherent transgression, or it's the obscene underbelly, or how, whatever language. It's that that holds everything together in any unit, any organization, any grouping is held together by that which, you don't go out and blast on Front Street.
And somebody said, "Oh, you're talking about the KGB, or you're talking about the FBI." No, I'm not. I certainly know how like the underside of the law can be absolutely horrendous. But I also think there's always an underside of the law. And trying to make everything transparent, that's what I hate about surveillance. Like, I want to live in a world where people can have secrets, where shit can go down outside of public view, where you're not always consistent with your public image, and there's spaces like, I want that. Like, this is why I say I don't want to live in a world where crime isn't a possibility. It's not that I'm for crime, but if you're going to live in a world where freedom's actually part of your world, then you're going to have to be left alone enough to be able to be capable of doing harm to others. If you truly have no ability to do something bad, you're not in a free society.
Right.
So I don't know. I just feel like they're realists on this one. Look, somebody in this organization, especially one at the national level, is going to end up doing some shit that has to be done that not everybody's going to like. Maybe it's better if that's kept out of, I don't know. Like, and but I feel like so many leftists would go, this is, like, I don't know. So you think you're going to have a political transformation that changes all of our lives, and no one's in any way, shape, or form going to get their hands dirty in some kind of fucked up way. And if it got out, it would make everything, like, it could destroy the movement. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, somebody could say this is Stalinist logic. I just don't. I know this is true of every social space I've ever been in, where no social space is absolutely blameless or perfect or doesn't have its faults. And so if you accept imperfection as a default setting, then
I think that's it. The idea that we can be perfect, like this idea of total horizontality.
But that's the left moralistic superego.
Yeah. And it's wanting perfection, and it's like, no, that's never going to work. And even if it did, that's not the world we want to live in. We don't want to be perfect objects. Like I don't want to be part of a political project that's going to totalize me and objectify me in the same way that, fundamental Christianity wants to totalize me and objectify me so I can go up to heaven and do God's will. No, I want to exercise my will. And yeah, I want to be able to do good shit, but I'm also going to fail. And I need to be part of a political apparatus that can accept me when I fail.
Yeah.
And if we can't do that, if we can't imagine a political project that's inclusive of imperfect people,
then that thing is tyranny.
yeah. Well, and
It's
that's why
super
it's so
egoic tyranny.
appealing. It's so appealing on social media and in this simulation where everyone sits back and passively views it from the sidelines. But when, yeah, like it's disconnected from the real world. And so it's just this like machine, it's this background process that's kind of running and running and running and not getting us anywhere. And it's done in the name of democracy and horizontalism. And it's like, no, that's not the way it works, dude.
So that, I mean, that's it. Like, we're defending them on Žižekian grounds. Things aren't perfect. Every symbolic order has a dark side. It's not to celebrate the dark side. Obviously, some dark sides are way darker than others, and hopefully you can have one that's not as fucked up as some are. But there's gonna be inherent transgression in all of them, and you just, it's just kind of being a realist about it, not being glad about it, but
Yeah.
going, shit, yeah. I feel like that's where they're coming from with this idea, verticality. Everybody wants, oh, it all has to be horizontal. It all has to be flat. Everybody has to be completely equal. We're not talking about ontological equality. We're talking about some sort of like equal positionality within the organization. I'm sorry, in every single thing I've ever seen, some people have more to put into it than others. And
Yep.
if you're more tapped into it and you're more of a leader, I'm sorry, you need more responsibility than other people have. I just don't have any fucking problem with that.
Yeah.
And so, want to do 14?
Democracy cannot be defined simply by its means, not via voting, discussion, or general assemblies. Real democracy must be defined by its goal, collective self-mastery. This is a project which must align politics with the legacy of the Enlightenment, to the extent that it is only through harnessing our ability to understand ourselves and our world better, our social, technical, economic, and psychological world, that we can come to rule ourselves. We need to posit a collectively controlled, legitimate vertical authority in addition to distributed horizontal forms of sociality to avoid becoming the slaves of either a tyrannical totalitarian centralism or a capricious emergent order beyond our control. The command of the plan must be married to the improvised order of the network.
Have any problems with what they said there?
I mean, I would quibble on the language, like the plan and the network and this and that, but no, I think ultimately,
psychoanalytically, self-mastery is not something, but they're not
yeah,
using it in that kind. They're just saying we have to be able to have some sense of control over where we're going.
yeah,
Self-determination.
yeah. We need to be able to steer the fucking
Navigate
the horses on the cart, navigate the acceleration.
Yeah, and that's going to take a collectively controlled, legitimate vertical authority.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, you have the types that are just like, no authority is truly authoritative. Yeah, I know it's a groundless ground, but
yeah,
if you can't get on some sort of the same page, you can't have any kind of consensus about who's in charge or what's going, where we're headed, then everything just fragments, and it's just, I just don't I just don't have a problem with this, and I know other people do, but I just think, I don't think the vast majority of people want to be in these positions, and somebody's got to do it, and somebody can say no, somebody doesn't have to do it. Okay, so then how is there any kind of enforced structure in the social field? What, localism?
yeah,
Again, this is just where you and I are, what, state realists, and just
yep,
go, yeah. don't have a problem with that, but I don't really have much to add to this either. I mean, I understand they're trying to say that this vertical structure, and I mean, they're not calling it the state here, but whatever this vertical organization would be, they're also seeing it as a way to prevent totalitarian centralism.
Yeah.
So they see it as also a preventative. Anything else to add on that?
I mean, align politics with the legacy of the Enlightenment. Again, I don't know, I would quibble, but no, ultimately, like if we're talking about freedom, emancipation, and same thing with democracy. Like, I just don't like the word democracy, but what they're talking about is self-determination, freedom, emancipation. So yeah, I think other than just arguing about the language they're using, which I think is often silly to do, yeah, we have to have some type of organizing principle, and we have to have some way to critique and correct.
Okay. I'll take this one. 15. We do not present any particular organization as the ideal means to embody these vectors. What is needed, what has always been needed, is an ecology of organizations, a pluralism of forces resonating and feeding back on their comparative strengths. Sectarianism is the death knell of the left as much as centralization is. And in this regard, we continue to welcome experimentation with different tactics, even those we disagree with. Now, I like the sound of all that. And I think this pluralism almost is could we say it's a form of checks and balances where if you have some sort of authoritative plan, but it's dispersed among different organizations that that prevents totalitarian centralism,
Yeah.
totalitarian control. So
Yeah.
I like the sound of it. Now, again, because so much of this is them versus land, right? I hear land going, that's all a bunch of vague propositions, is it not? And for him, again, he's sitting there going, so you got nothing.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think, I agree. It is a kind of a collection of vague propositions, but I wouldn't say, so you got nothing. I would say, oh, so you have ideas that haven't been tried. And you have, like, if anything, you have this injunction to be pluralistic and to be willing and open to experimentation, even with those with whom you disagree. And I think like that does set it apart from the left, or traditional left.
Is there any way to view, there was this little philosophy collective in the 90s, went by the name CCRU, and they had this idea that capital is AI. And nobody, except them back then, thought that.
Yeah.
But now we have Tucker Carlson devoting an entire episode of his show to the prospect that capitalism is, and the guys out in Silicon Valley are building AI demons spurred on by the economy. Is this the power of hyperstition when it comes to an idea? Could these ideas that are vague here not catch on hyperstitionally and build momentum? And so I'm just saying, if you told Nick and Anna and Mark back in the 90s where this would go, precisely because of memeing.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, I think it shows the power hyperstition can have to spread an idea for it to catch on.
Yep.
So, take the next one.
we have 3 medium-term concrete goals. First, we need to build an intellectual infrastructure, mimicking the Mont-Pelerin society of the neoliberal revolution. This is to be tasked with creating a new ideology, economic and social models, and a vision of the good to replace and surpass the emaciated ideals that rule our world today. This is an infrastructure in the sense of requiring the construction not just of ideas, but institutions and material paths to inculcate, embody, and spread them.
I really like this. And I mean, building off of the last line, another paragraph, but we continue to welcome experimentation with tactics. That's it. Like, I am all for experimentation. And that is precisely, anytime somebody presents an idea of let's experiment with this or that, you have like the status quo economists that are, this is going to wreck everything. And and so capital completely shields itself from any types of experimentation that are just not rooted in the status quo of this economy. And that's where I'm like, it's completely hindering in that sense. And you feel like trying to experiment just a little bit, even with UBI or, you know, let's experiment with a 4-day work week. Oh, good. And it's like, if this is the most powerful system that has ever been on Earth, why does it seem so goddamn fragile when it comes to making even small changes? Like,
that's the thing. It is fragile. It is nothing but this fantasy of commensurability and exchange. Ultimately, at bottom, that's what it is. So it is fragile. It is also the most powerful force on the surface of the planet. It's both at the same time. And yeah, people talk about, oh, well, you know, capitalism innovates all the time, and they'll point to just iterations on the same idea and maybe a different approach. Things like, oh, taxi cabs, why don't we do Uber? But like, that's not an innovation. That's just saying, hey, let's offload some of the costs of doing business so that we can make more money. And you know, all these new innovative companies that aren't innovative at all, they're just finding ways to do it cheaper. They start out taking a loss. They don't generate money. So they need to get a whole shitload of seed money. They need to get investors. So they convince investors by being charismatic and charming them into giving a little bit of their money. And then they just burn money until they exhaust the market and there are no other viable options. And then they become the only option. And then they start turning a profit because we don't have any other choice as consumers. Like, there are no taxis here in Phoenix. Like, they're
non-existent in KC.
Yeah, like, if you want a ride, you gotta do an Uber or a Lyft or a Waymo. And now the Waymos, the self-driving cars, now they're legally allowed to get on the fucking freeway, which is fucking crazy to me, dude. But like, the reason that these companies become profitable is because they get enough investment to exhaust the market and to outcompete the competitors, to do it cheaper. And then once they've reached this level, then they can jack up prices and they can actually start to make income. And then there'll be a whole new round of innovators, in quotes, because people think that's what capitalism is and does. But really, at the end of the day, if capital allowed people to experiment, we would have flying cars by now.
Would I have my hoverboard?
I mean, yeah, I think we would, dude. Like, the things you can do. Like, there's so much potential in technology.
Maybe the hoverboard's not a good, because they could sell the shit out of that.
I mean, yeah, they could, but they would have to take a level of risk that they're not willing to take. And that's it. Like, what are we? We are capable of accepting risk.
Yeah,
and that sets us apart from capital.
Hurt themselves with those.
But like when engaging in a human connection with another person, you're exposing yourself to a certain level of risk.
Yeah.
Like when you're your friendships and romantic relationships and familial relationships. Like all of it involves risk. And that's one of the key things that humans can do. We can choose to onboard risk because we have faith that the reward is going to be great enough. Capital cannot do that. Capital has this risk threshold that's very low that it just can't go above. And so people who talk about innovation and look how cool and high tech, blah, blah, blah. No, dude. We live in a yassified version of the late 1990s. I think we hit our apogee in the fucking 1990s. And when we've been declining since then. I really do. Probably 97, 98 was our peak. The peak of Western civilization was in the late 90s. And we're on the downslope now. And it's just finding more ways to be tricky about it and convince people that, oh no, things are actually awesome because I can have my shit delivered to me immediately overnight on demand.
I mean, look, look, okay, hold on. Bring it back. So I'm with them that if the ideas are going to take hold, it's going to take institutions. That's obviously a fair point. Where I'm a little iffy is like, oh, they're saying we need like our own Mont Pelerin
Society,
school, which was this neoliberal think tank. And the problem is pro-capitalist think tanks are going to always be able to get funding much easier than radical leftists, be it left accelerationists. Maybe left accelerationists would have more appeal to tech guys, but yeah, this has always been the problem. Like, wouldn't it be great if we had a bunch of left think tanks? Sure. Where do you get the funding? Because the ones who have the money aren't going to fund you, undermining them having all that money. So I don't know.
It's got to come from elsewhere, man. It's got to come from people who do it for the love of the game, not for.
But when you're going, when love of the game type of money versus Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg money, come on, like
right. Well, yeah. Look, I think it's silly, and I don't think it's necessarily realistic. But I also encourage people to experiment. Like if you are convinced that you can build a leftist think tank, then venture forth, young man or woman or young person, and do so.
Onwards and
experiment.
Upwards.
Onwards and upwards. I don't think that'd be the most successful endeavor. But
okay, look at this. They say we need to construct wide-scale media reform. In spite of the seeming democratization offered by the internet and social media, traditional media outlets remain crucial in the selection and framing of narratives, along with possessing the funds to prosecute investigative journalism. Bringing these bodies as close as possible to popular control is crucial to undoing the current presentation of the state of things. Yeah, look, I would love for something to happen to Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, all of them, right? And again, like, yes, but how?
yeah, I mean the fairness doctrine. It's not difficult at all to see what happened to forms of mass media, what happened to newspapers, and what happened to radio
you first want to say
television.
Stop. Yeah, and it's funny because all we've been doing this whole time is giving our opinions. But the point is, the opinion-oriented newscaster needs to go the fuck away. And
like back with the fairness doctrine, like when it was like, oh, you're gonna have someone like Rush Limbaugh spew right-wing fucking vitriolic trash. You also need to have, I don't know, something else. And Air America tried to do it. It wasn't
Bill
successful. Well, Bill fucking Maher, yeah. But
you get the
like,
point.
And look, I do make a regular donation, a yearly donation to my Arizona PBS station, because there is a part of me that thinks PBS is a good thing and NPR is a good thing, even though I think they're dead and they're failing and they won't be successful. I honestly think we would have more luck like utilizing the internet to construct new forms of mass media. And people have tried this. There are alternatives to YouTube and other platforms out there that are explicitly leftist. There's Means TV, there's Nebula, there's other platforms that try to do this and they all fail. Like, we just need, I don't know. It's almost like a thing that needs to happen but can only happen by accident.
Well, this is where I think when it comes to media, okay, they haven't called it the state, but this plurality of vertical organizations, it would have to gain power and then impose media reforms. I think that's the only way to do it. Other than that, it's, so it's kind of like this is an offshoot of this other type of politics actually winning or gaining incredible power. Hey.
What the fuck just happened, dude?
All right, whatever.
Okay.
Paragraph 18.
Paragraph 18. Finally, we need to reconstitute various forms of class power. Such a reconstitution must move beyond the notion that an organically generated global proletariat already exists. Instead, it must seek to knit together a disparate array of partial proletarian identities, often embedded in post-Fordist forms of precarious labor.
We're going to unite. We have to find more of a universal framework. While, yes, it's not everybody's the same, but there has to be enough of a universal basis to get these different particular identities to actually come together, actually identify. And so I like that.
I think one thing with this view of moving beyond the proletariat signifier and looking for a new universalism, we need to reckon with the consumer reality that we live in today. Like, people are more free in a sense, even though we're far less free than we should be. Like, the commodity and capitalism and the delivery of the commodity has afforded us new ways to explore our identity and ourselves, like as we are and who we see ourselves as. And we have to kind of come to terms with the fact that, like, consumer identity is a new modifier of identity, like as just human, like as this kind of universal category of human. Like, the consumer identity plays a role more than production, more than the mode of production. So we can't have a
pre-Baudrillardian Marxism that really gets it. I mean, I'm sorry, Baudrillard more than anybody figured this shit out. So
dude, I think and I don't even think Baudrillard was. I think Baudrillard is a based Marxist, even though people will be like, no, he's not.
Especially the early one, he was.
Yeah,
like, he would have admitted that.
What?
I mean, where he goes,
But for me, it's like, oh, I see where you're going. I see what you're doing, and like there's no departure. It's just an augmentation. It's just like yes and.
Yeah, I agree.
So
okay, we need more of a universalist framework. Jeckian, someone influenced by Todd McGowan. It's like, yeah, sign me up.
Yep.
Because identity politics ain't working. We're trying to do some kind of structural change. So, okay, 19. I'll take it. Groups and individuals are already at work on each of these, but each is on their own insufficient. What is required is all three feeding back into one another, with each modifying the contemporary conjunction in such a way that the others become more and more effective. A positive feedback loop of infrastructural, ideological, social, and economic transformation, generating a new complex hegemony, a new post capitalist techno social platform. History demonstrates that it has always been a broad assemblage of tactics and organizations which have brought about systematic change. These lessons must be learned.
Yeah, I think that's more the same, more the pluralism, more the experimentation, less
Notice,
puritanism.
yeah, but no, they're thinking in cyber positive terms too, and that is CCRU's influence on them, even though they're left.
Yep.
They're saying, yeah, there has to be a positive feedback loop for this to truly catch on and be transformative.
Well, and I think that's just a recognition of the reality. Like you can't come out here and try to negate the world that we live in and be like, no, let's go back to the 1920s, or let's go back to the 1910, let's go back to the 1890s. Like, no, you have to affirm the world that we live in. We are swimming in the sea of acceleration, and there's no going back.
The one thing again, because I keep trying to steel man Nick, or what I think Nick would say, is capitalism is, of all social orders, defined by cyber positivity. All traditional symbolic orders were geared towards negative feedback, which was
Yep.
reproduction of an equilibrium or a status quo,
Yep.
a long-term reproduction of the same, and that is negative, structured based around negative feedback loops. And so if what they're calling for is some sort of left emancipatory cyber positivity, again, Nick's going to say, what technological mechanism is that anchored in if it's not MCM prime? And
Yeah.
that again is the glaring absence here, is what is the driving motor, the principle? You can have this pluralistic, you know, patchwork, of institutions, but what is the driving motor that gets people to do what they're doing? And it's a driving motor, sure, it's contingent in some grand sense, but on a day-to-day level, it sets the necessity in the field of behavior. You have to do this. We none of us want to be in wage labor, but the necessity capitalism imposes on us makes us get up and do it. And so what makes people get up and do? I'm just saying, I think this is where he could go with it.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the question being asked. And I mean, I would just say, freedom. The open
I
road
mean,
is
that's
calling.
fair. I mean, we're
Yeah.
not going to convince Nick with that, but that's fair, I think.
Yeah. 20.
Yeah, let's do it.
To achieve each of these goals on the most practical level, we hold that the accelerationist left must think more seriously about the flows of resources and money required to build an effective new political infrastructure. Beyond the people power of bodies in the street, we require funding, whether from governments, institutions, think tanks, unions, or individual benefactors. We consider the location and conduction of such funding flows essential to begin reconstructing an ecology of effective accelerationist left organizations.
That's just a fact. There's nothing,
Yep.
I don't feel like there's much to unpack or add to that. It's just, if this
Yep.
shit's going to happen, it's going to take investment.
We
Yeah.
need resources.
Yeah.
You can't run the machine on hopes and dreams. Oh, shucks. We declare that only a Promethean politics of maximal mastery over society and its environment is capable of either dealing with global problems or achieving victory over capital. This mastery must be distinguished from that beloved of thinkers of the original Enlightenment. The clockwork universe of Laplace, so easily mastered given sufficient information, is long gone from the agenda of serious scientific understanding. But this is not to align ourselves with the tired residue of postmodernity, decrying mastery as proto-fascistic or authority as innately illegitimate. Instead, we propose that the problems besetting our planet and our species oblige us to refurbish mastery in a newly complex guise. Whilst we cannot predict the precise result of our actions, we can determine probabilistically likely ranges of outcomes. What must be coupled to such complex systems analysis is a new form of action, improvisatory and capable of executing a design through a practice which works with the contingencies it discovers only in the course of its acting, in a politics of geosocial artistry and cunning rationality, a form of abductive experimentation that seeks the best means to act in a complex world.
And I mean, that's exactly what I would want a new politics. Like, go try this. All right, now do this. Now give this a shot.
Yeah.
Like, that is completely what is foreclosed. Is this kind of spontaneous, give it a try. And yeah, it's vague and it's a larval notion, but damn, is that a notion that I would like to see develop into something more? Because that's the thing. We're just over our politics because we know not a goddamn thing is going to be tried.
Yep.
And yeah, we all want some kind of youthful experimentation at this point with different policies, different political experiments. And that is what seems so impossible now.
Yeah. Certainty. People don't want to act without certainty. And I think that's what's holding some people, maybe not, you know, any given number of people,
Or
but
is
I
it
think that,
security? It's this sense of like things suck
yeah,
right now, but I know what it is for this to suck. And what if anything else just makes everything way worse?
yeah. And so there's that fear of things getting worse. And there's also this certainty that, oh, that won't work. No, you can't try that. That won't work. Oh, we don't need to go back to the thinking table and think some new things up. We already know. We have, like we read Marx. We already know. It's bringing Laplace back to life. Like they're here saying, the clockwork universe of Laplace is dead, and I wish that were so, but honestly, no. Like that is the world that we live in. We do live in this clockwork determined world. And people who have political or people engaged in politics have this certainty of no, that won't work. So you can't even try it. And in fact, you wanting to try it is actually a part of the problem. And you're actually no better than, the bad people because you're over here wanting to think new things and try new things. So shut up and stay in your place and just go back to work.
But isn't that the problem? Is that the experimenter can easily be seen as the pervert, which, oh, I know what's better for you than you do. But but they're not really
Yeah, but
saying that. They're saying shit's not working. I
let's
don't
try
know.
something
Like,
new.
I get like something we need to try something, but somebody will always react to that. Like, no, you're the, and they don't use the term pervert because we're using it in this
Yeah.
Lacanian, Žižekian, but no, oh, you're the elite. You're the elite.
Yeah.
It's the PMC thing. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna tell me what's best for me. But no, it's just. Do you agree that things suck? Yeah. Maybe we should try doing something else. No.
Yeah.
And it is. It's that trembling, insecure no that you have to find a way to spark.
Yeah.
You know.
All right.
Home
We
stretch,
need to
guys.
revive. Yeah, we're almost done. We need to revive the argument that was traditionally made for post-capitalism. Not only is capitalism an unjust and perverted system, but it is also a system that holds back progress. Our technological development is being suppressed by capitalism as much as it has been unleashed. Accelerationism is the basic belief that these capacities can and should be let loose by moving beyond the limitations imposed by capitalist society. The movement toward a surpassing of our current constraints must include more than simply a struggle for a more rational global society. We believe it must also include recovering the dreams which transfixed many from the middle of the 19th century until the dawn of the neoliberal era. The quest of Homo sapiens toward expansion beyond the limitations of the earth and our immediate bodily forms. These visions are today viewed as relics of a more innocent moment. Yet, they both diagnose the staggering lack of imagination in our own time and offer the promise of a future that is effectively invigorating as well as intellectually energizing. After all, it is only a post-capitalist society made possible by an accelerationist politics which will ever be capable of delivering on the promissory note of the mid-20th century space programs to shift beyond a world of minimal technical upgrades toward all-encompassing change, toward a time of collective self-mastery and the properly alien future that entails and enables, toward a completion of the Enlightenment project of self-criticism and self-mastery, rather than its elimination.
Again, I mean, sign me up, but
Yep.
it's just that voice of Nick going, what is this other source of greater technological productivity than capital? And do you feel like they've named it or gotten to it, or
No, I don't think they have. Because I think that source only comes into relief when you account for the subject and you're thinking subjectivity and you're like, which they're not doing. They are just kind of doing Marxism and politics. And I think you can only find that organizing principle when you actually start to think about the human, and a humanism and like what it means to be human, subject, this and that. So you can't really get there without subjectivity. Um, but I think they're demanding somebody come up with that organizing principle. So I don't think they're saying we have this new principle. I think they're saying we need to discover this new principle. So I think if Nick asked them, well, what is this thing? They would say, we don't know yet. That's the point. We need to accelerate the process of discovering this new thing.
and he could say, well, why do you even hope? Like, why do you even think this is possible? They could say, because we're stubbornly human.
Yeah. Like I don't think you need to justify why you hope things can get better. I think you just need to point and say, even Nick himself has talked about how miserable the world is. Like I don't think he would argue the world is good. I think he would be like, "Oh, you're right. Everything does suck." But he would just say, "Well, your idea will only make things worse," and
Nick
then they
doesn't
could
want
just
to.
say,
I can tell you this: Nick does not want to work in an Amazon warehouse.
"Yeah, that's it."
A Shanghai apartment's way better than working at Amazon. Just saying.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I'll take that Shanghai apartment any day
Yep.
over working at Amazon.
Yep.
Okay. The choice facing us is severe. Either a globalized post-capitalism or a slow fragmentation towards primitivism, perpetual crisis, and planetary ecological collapse. Now, see, Nick likes fragmentation.
Yes.
That's what and that's what the Mulbuggian patchwork would be, is more and more fragmentation. Like I've said before, if we're facing global international crises, the patchwork ain't going to solve it. And maybe for Nick, tapped into that old CCRU style, maybe that's the point.
Yeah, I think so. And I think in the, in the patchwork, the solution to global problems is let those who can solve them for themselves solve them, and let everyone else not solve them. And oh, Darwin, and oh, we're just, cleaning up the gene pool, fucking dorks. Like, I
You're not going to
think
solve an international problem as a single soft corp.
right.
So, I mean, and maybe there's some Wittgensteinian thing where it's like you don't solve the problem, you undermine the problem. So maybe the logic would be, yeah, these global international problems are generated by our system. Like if we go but you want to go, climate change ain't going away if you do a patchwork.
That's the thing. Yeah, like you can say, well, if you change the global organization from this unitary, or at least trying to be unitary organism or organization, then you won't have those, unifying problems that face the global organization, because there will be no global organization. But something like climate change, something like asteroid impact, something like global famine, shit like that, like that's a global problem.
Could one soft corp like solve the potential dangers of AI in isolation from the other ones? Like, I don't.
Well, I think their fantasy is that they are in their little insulated unit, they're in their soft corp, and then they're going to get in their rocket ship and leave Earth anyway. So they don't really give a shit what happens outside their little unit. So they're just like a corporation. Like McDonald's doesn't give a shit, or Nestle doesn't give a shit if they fucking poison the people in the
And by then
town.
they'll be augmented. So this is where we get to hyper racism, like
Yeah.
the racism of the augmented versus the rest of us left here. Elysium.
Yep.
So,
Gattaca.
yeah. Well, you want to read the last paragraph? We did it, Nance.
All right. The future needs to be constructed.
Absolutely. Like that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I'm sold
Yeah.
100%.
It has been demolished by neoliberal capitalism and reduced to a cut price promise of greater inequality, conflict, and chaos. This collapse in the idea of the future is symptomatic of the regressive historical status of our age, rather than, as cynics across the political spectrum would have us believe, a sign of skeptical maturity. What accelerationism pushes towards is a future that is more modern, an alternative modernity than neoliberalism is inherently able to generate. The future must be cracked open once again, unfastening our horizons toward the universal possibilities of the outside.
Is that a little fuck you to Nick?
I think it's a little shout out either way. It's if it's a fuck you or a shout out, I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, that's kind of. It could go both ways, or it could be both.
Yeah.
Like,
It
hey, thanks for
that's
but
probably
also like
it
maybe
probably is
both
both. Yeah.
same time. So look, Nance and I certainly don't have the answers to the world's problems, but hopefully, reading through this incredibly influential, important text has gotten you to think some new things and reevaluate some others. And I find this an inspiring text at the level of what I hope for. It certainly is tapped into it more than most texts. And look, ultimately, I'm on the side. Like, I want some sort of, emancipatory tech development without all of the shit that capital brings, wage slavery, all this. So I am totally of the spirit of this text.
Mhm.
Do I think this is easily realizable? Not at all. So I think from a logistics perspective, I'm a little bit more on the hopeless side, but at the level of wishful thinking, my heart's all in it. So I guess that's where I'm at with it. I know it'll continue to inspire my thinking and your thinking when it comes to thinking the human future. I would definitely like to read at least excerpts of Inventing the Future because they go into a lot of this in more
Yeah.
detail. But Nance, what are your closing thoughts on this? This is going to be close to a 5-hour exegetical, and
Yeah.
it's a short text, but damn, does it get us thinking and talking.
Yeah, I think the manifesto for an accelerationist politics, or the accelerationist manifesto, as a lot of people have come to call it. I think it is. I think it is an inspiring text. I think the ideas contained within it are necessary. I think we have to move into the future looking, ahead of ourselves rather than looking behind. I think we do need to realize the potential that exists in the infrastructure and the technologies that we already have today. I do think it is capital that is standing in the way of that. I think everything being gated behind paywalls, and the logic of capital kind of determining what is even possible to be done on a day-to-day basis. Like I do think that is the problem. Um, so I think, yeah, if we can get more left-minded people, more people interested in actually emancipating the human, thinking about the future rather than just kind of glorifying and fetishizing the past. Uh, and look, I know the past is powerful. I know the images of the past can be very powerful things, and they can even serve to inform ideals. Um, but if we don't try to imagine the future and radically reimagine what what that could be, our brains are constantly being pumped full of these images of the world we live in and what's possible, and we're being conditioned to fit into this little category that capital has set up for us. So I think, yeah, I think we need radical imagination. We need some people to, I don't know, have the courage to say, well, what if and why not? And maybe, instead of just saying, well, that'll never work. I'll just go back to my job at the dick sucking factory and slowly die of some preventable illness because I can't afford health care. Like, come on, guy. No one, like, the world fucking sucks ass. And joining a Marxist organization and marching on the street and holding a sign and campaigning for some radical candidate who's never going to get elected, none of these things are going to solve none of these things are going to solve any of that. Now, I'm not saying don't do those things, because I think those things can be part of an effective solution. But if that's all you do, then you're not really helping bring the future about. You're just kind of doing more of the same. So, yeah, we need to destroy the future and reimagine a better one.
So we are right to demand the future.
I think so.
Yeah. You notice, they didn't go into UBI here. So that, I guess I misremembered. I always felt like there was a thing on UBI here, but they certainly go into it.
Inventing the future.
At some point, we will read some of this. Probably not all of it, but
Yeah.
see how long it took us to do 12 or 13 pages on this one. But like I say, that's what we do. Like we're steeped in exegesis, and obviously somebody who's looking for a 10-minute video. And honestly, we can do that. Like we can do your 10-minute video summary of the essay. But again, what we do here is this is us developing our own thought and it's two birds or three birds with one stone.
Yeah.
And so this is obviously for the hardcore theory junkies who, listen while they're at work, who when they're driving routes or they're stocking shelves. And, this isn't just, oh, I've got to write a paper. Let me consume a 10-minute. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm not, it sounds like I'm shit. I'm just saying what we do is far more on long form content, always has been. And even though we will do short content in the future, this is kind of our default setting. And so it's for people who are into this shit, who want something long to listen to, especially while they're at work.
Yep.
And gives their brain some stimulation while their body and mind often are being used by capital. So we hope you've enjoyed this or not. You're not super egoic. You don't have to.
The choice is yours.
Yeah, you don't have to enjoy. But we definitely hope you got something out of it, something that can help you better understand the world you're in. And we're going to read some more of these shorter texts on accelerationism. One or two of them are in the Reader.
Accelerationist Reader.
The Accelerationist Reader. I always call it, I always want to go the Accelerate Reader. And if anybody should know this, it's me. The book is called Accelerate.
The Accelerationist Reader.
But I think they even say hashtag accelerate, hashtag the Accelerationist Reader. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But we're gonna read Mark Fisher's Terminator versus Avatar, and then we'll probably get around to reading Peter Wolfendale's short blog post. I believe it's called Accelerationism. So what's all that about? Something like that. And probably read those, and then we'll move on. We definitely want to do more of Machine Decision is Not Final.
Yep.
We got some stuff we want to do on Nance's channel, 3 Billion Nances. So again, our collaborations are spread out across both channels. Go to Nance's channel if you haven't already subscribed. Check out 3 Billion Nances on Substack.
We could try to make it as hard for you as a consumer as possible.
Right? Like, because they're like, wait, they're always together, but they have two channels. Why don't you guys just have one channel? Because we both are going to do other things while always collaborating. So, stick around and it all makes sense eventually. But if you're new,
but only after the fact.
Yeah, it probably doesn't make much sense. But just count on that retroactivity and it'll get you there.
Yeah.
But all right, this has been awesome. Until next time.
Hell yeah.
Onwards and upwards.
Onwards and upwards.